Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live breaking news because reportedly the U.S. has carried out new strikes in Iran against a military site and also shot down multiple drones. That is according to Reuters. This comes, when was it? A couple days ago? I believe, what was it, 2 days ago? That the U.S. said it carried out defensive strikes, self-defense strikes, a couple days ago in Iran or in Iranian waters or the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm trying to remember the exact details, but that was, I think, 2 days ago. Yeah, that was 2 days ago. All right, so here we go again. While supposedly they're still negotiating for a peace deal, and also while there's still a ceasefire. All right, so we want to bring you the latest updates. We're going to be talking about this and a couple other stories tonight, and we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. Thanks so much to our moderators. We have Ruth moderating and Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thanks also to Vlachy Guy for the memberships. Hey, thanks, Vlachy Guy. Also, Batman Never Dies. Thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Also, Damien the Irish Penguin, thank you. And also, hang on a moment here. Thank you to our Twitch moderators. Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating. Thanks, Who Shot JR, for the support. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And I want to thank our Facebook moderators too. Bear with me one more moment. Bear with me one more moment. Thanks also Zarina and Sarah Deacon and the Hurricane Ben for being members. And thanks also to our moderators on Facebook. Kay Lowry Bodies over there, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. Thanks also to Barry Eisler for subscribing over there, and Kristen McConnell Gates as well. Okay, here is the report from Reuters. Kay Lowry. Whoa. Now I'm hearing two of myself. Here again is the report from Reuters. Exclusive. U.S. carries out new strikes in Iran against military site, official says. The U.S. military has carried out new strikes in Iran, targeting a military site that officials believed posed a threat to U.S. forces and commercial maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official told Reuters. The official, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said the U.S. military has also intercepted and shot down multiple Iranian drones that posed a similar threat. Mort's, our viewer, says, doesn't sound like the peace process is going great. So this would be the second U.S. strikes in 3 days. Remember, what happened 3 days ago, 2 days ago, what happened 2 days ago is CENTCOM, the U.S. military told multiple U.S. media outlets a couple days ago. That was on the 25th. It was that, where is it here? Yeah, so, right. So this is a couple days ago, the U.S. military carried out strikes in southern Iran that it said were self-defense strikes. And they said that the targets of those strikes a couple days ago included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to place mines. Well, now we're hearing about these new strikes. By the way, it appears these might have been in southern Iran as well, because when was this? Around 2 hours ago, an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, there were a bunch of explosions reported in several explosions reported in Iran, heard from Bandar Abbas. Now, if I show you marine traffic here, hold on, let me show you marine traffic. Hang on. Let me get this on the screen for you. Now, if I show you marine traffic here, and what you can see, this is the Strait of Hormuz. Oops, what's happening here? I messed this up. I really messed that up. Let's try this again. There we go. Oops, I have to make this a little wider, or else you can't see anything. Let's try that. Nope, still not wide enough. That works. Oops, messing everything up. I'm almost good. There. Now, that's the Strait of Hormuz. There's Iran right there. And Bandar Abbas is on the coast. See, it says Bandar Abbas. Now, in the last hour and a half, 2 hours, there have been reports, including in Iranian state media. Iranian state media wrote that said there were 3 explosions east of Bandar Abbas, which would be southern Iran. So my guess is that the strikes today were also in southern Iran. Okay, so let's bring you some updates about this. And I'm going to be looking for more updates. I'm going to let you know see what Iranian state media has to say about this. Oh, breaking news. We have an update. We have an update from Barak Ravid of Axios. News update from Barak Ravid of Axios. Barak Ravid says a senior U.S. official said Iran fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. Navy ship and a commercial ship. The U.S. military shot down the drones and attacked another Iranian drone launching unit on the ground before it launched. Again, according to Barak Ravid of Axios, a senior U.S. official said Iran fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. Navy ship and a commercial ship. The U.S. military shot down the drones and attacked another Iranian drone launching unit on the ground before it launched, the official added. Los Gatos de Wilson says, big if true. Wow. So multiple reports saying the U.S. has carried out strikes in Iran and that the U.S. has shot, including the U.S. shooting down Iranian drones. A quick thanks to Jeff TE88PFCR, who says self-defense by the U.S. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks also Jennifer Whittington for being a member. Thanks Jay Atria, who wants us to look at Pentagon Pizza Index. We'll look at that a little later. It's fun to look at. I don't know that there's any evidence that the Pentagon Pizza Index is a reliable indicator of U.S. military activity, seeing as for months, people will write to me saying, hey, the Pentagon Pizza Index is high. And then you see no U.S. military activity after that. But I think it's fun to look at. So we'll look at it in a little bit. Thanks, Jay Atria, our member. Thanks, King Naka, our member. And Hugs and Stuff, and Arctic Fox, our member. All right, so let's see what other information is coming out now. But Axios reporting that Iran shot drones. CBS News is reporting it now too. CBS News says the U.S. military carried out another round of strikes on Iran, a U.S. official said. The official said the strikes were defensive, targeting a military strike that threatened American forces and commercial traffic. The official said the U.S.-Iran ceasefire is still considered to be holding. Okay, so CBS News says the official told them that the ceasefire is still considered to be holding. ABC News also has it. So it's like, I think it's sort of similar to 2 days ago when the U.S. is announcing this. It's weird. They did this 2 days ago where I don't think the U.S. publicly announced it, but they told a bunch of news outlets. So it's the same thing like ABC News has a similar report. It's the same report basically as Reuters has and CBS News has. Okay, let's try to get you some more updates here. All right, give me a moment here. Oops, give me a moment. Let me check a couple things. I'm going to keep an eye on Iranian state media to see if they have any comment on this. I'm not seeing it yet. They're talking about the Reuters story and the U.S. reports, but they're not. I haven't seen an independent comment on it, on those reports from Iranian media. So this would be the second time the U.S. has struck Iran in 3 days. Again, Reuters says the U.S. military has carried out new strikes in Iran targeting a military site that officials believed posed a threat to U.S. forces and commercial maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official told Reuters. The official said the U.S. military has also intercepted and shot down multiple drones from Iran that posed a similar threat. And Barak Ravid of Axios says a senior U.S. official, oops, you know what? He posted a new version of his post. So now I have to post the new version. Yes. So Barak Ravid says, of Axios says, a senior U.S. official said Iran fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. Oh, you know what? Okay, so Barak Ravid just updated his report. The original report from Barak Ravid said it was a commercial ship and a Navy ship, right? Because he updated it. Hang on. I have to look at my own video to get this. I'm going to make sure here. So I'm not seeing it. Check a couple. But they just still official said. I have to prove it to myself. Navy ship and a commercial. Yes. Ravid says a senior U.S. official said Iran fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. Navy ship. Yeah, the original version of this post said the drones were fired of the Barak Ravid post said the drones were fired at a Navy ship and a commercial ship. But now it just says commercial ship. Looks like this post has been updated. The original version said a U.S. official said Iran had fired drones at a U.S. Navy ship and a commercial ship. Now it just says U.S. commercial ship. And a country. Yes. So just to clarify, Barack Ravid, because I checked the video. So I checked what I had read from his post. He had originally posted that a U.S. official said Iran had fired drones at a U.S. Navy ship and a commercial ship. But then he updated his post. So the current post from Barack Ravid, the current post says, a senior U.S. official said Iran had fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. commercial ship. And it says the military shot down the drones and attacked another Iranian drone launching unit on the ground before it launched. So I know it's a bit confusing, but that's the current reporting from Barack Ravid. CNN has the same report basically as Reuters and CBS News and ABC News because basically, again, I don't know why they do this. The U.S. is basically issuing a statement to various news outlets, but I don't know that we're going to get an actual statement from CENTCOM, even that same statement. I don't think we got one a couple days ago. Yeah, I don't believe we did get one a couple days ago. Okay, hey, thanks to Jeff TE88. Jeff says, thanks, Jeff. Jeff says commercial Navy doesn't matter. It's a ship carrying the U.S. flag. Thanks the Jackal 4990 for being a member. Hey, Louis R gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Wow. That's so generous of you, Louis R. Thank you for all your support. Please thank Louis R. or someone else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That's really nice of Louis R. Thank you. Also, thanks Dodger Blue to you for your support. And hang on a moment here. And Andy in Austin gave a gift sub on Twitch. Thank you so much, Andy in Austin. Thanks, K. Klauf, for subscribing on Twitch. Will we get a statement from President Trump on this? I don't know. By the way, if you're wondering about oil prices, hey, look what happened. Look at this. Look what happened with oil. I mean, it's not that much, but this is Brent crude. This is from TradingView.com, and you can see it jumps up. I mean, it says previous close, so it's a little hard to see, but basically it just jumped up in the oh, there it is right there. So it jumped up from like $1, it seems like, roughly, if I'm getting that right. Hang on a moment here. Maybe if I pull up the full chart, that might help us. Here's the full chart. But yeah, so look down here. Look at the bottom there on TradingView. See that? TradingView.com. It was at about 92.80 or whatever, and now it's like 93.80. And that was just in the last. So it looks like on these reports that it's not, it's an enormous amount. It's $1, but it's a significant jump, as you can see there on that chart, in the last few minutes. This is WTI crude. I don't know, WTI crude, I don't know if the market is open right now. The markets for the WTI and the Brent crude market, they close for like an hour or two a day during the week. And I don't know if this is open or not, but right now that's not showing the same jump there, but I don't know what the deal with that is. Let me see here. So I showed you Brent crude. I mean, this is WTI US crude. I'm not seeing the same. Well, actually, yeah, I mean, there is a jump there. I mean, you got that's about half an hour ago, and it was at 89.93, and now it's at 90.30. Not as big of a jump as we see over on the Brent crude. But anyways, I'll keep an eye on the oil prices too. We'll keep an eye. That's tradingview.com. Now, what are we going to hear about this? Let's try to get you some more information. Remember, President Trump said on Saturday that a peace deal had been largely negotiated, and he was saying that there could be more news soon. Well, it's now Wednesday, and I haven't heard about any kind of new big updates on that. Oh, thanks so much to Kelly Carter, by the way. I appreciate it. Kelly Carter, thank you for your support. I'm also, again, checking here. Oh, hold on. I got to log in here over on, got to log in on marine traffic. While I'm waiting, while I'm looking, I'll show you this. And let's see. I have still not seen anything from Iranian state media. I will show you this, though. So this was interesting. We have this report of the U.S. carrying out new strikes in Iran. I want to show you what Iranian state media had said. Now, this was about an hour and a half ago. Actually, and it talks about what happened about 2 hours ago. You can see Iran time 3:38 a.m. So about an hour and a half ago, Iranian state media Fars had posted 3 explosions heard from east of Bandar Abbas, Iran. Around 1:30 a.m., 3 explosions were heard from the east of Bandar Abbas city. The exact location and origin of these sounds is still unknown, and efforts to determine it are ongoing. At the same time, the defenses of the city of Bandar Abbas were also activated for a few minutes. Over the past 4 days, they claim, our country's armed forces have destroyed an RQ-9 drone, they claim, and an orbiter drone of the American-Israeli Army in the Hormozgan region, and defense systems have also intercepted an F-35 and RQ-4 drone. I think by intercepted, they mean like they shot at them and turned them back. Now, I don't know if any of that stuff is true. Additional news will be published later. So I'm expecting to hear some more from Iranian state media now that we have this announcement from the that the U.S. is telling various media outlets that they have carried out new strikes. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to take some more comments from you. We're going to give you some more updates. Dr. Boomstick says, there goes the cheap gas this week. You know, I'm not seeing oil hasn't really gone up that much. I mean, again, I think Brent crude went up about $1 since this came out. Looks like WTI went up less than $1 since it came out. And if you look at what happened is it went down a bunch. Remember, President Trump over the weekend, President Trump announced that a deal had been largely negotiated, remember? So if you look at it, WTI crude was about 97, and then it dropped down when it opened on Sunday, when the market opened, it dropped down to like 91 or eventually 90 or so. So that was a significant drop. And then it had gone down before that, based on other reports of a possible deal. I mean, back on the 19th, 8 days ago, about a week ago, WTI was at about 104, and now it's 90. And then Brent crude, similar thing. Brent crude was up at about 112 just about a week ago. And Brent crude had a huge drop. Brent crude, when Sunday the market opened, the day after President Trump said a deal had been largely negotiated, it dropped from about 105 to 96. Those are from TradingView.com. Dr. McRib says, deal on, deal off, deal on, deal off. Dr. McRib calls it the circle of Trump. One of our viewers mentioned Bitcoin, Dave Zenbenda. Let's look at the Bitcoin market. I am seeing it right now. Hold on. So this is a one-day chart, but this is not. Bitcoin, I don't know that it's changed that much in the last few minutes. I'm going to look it up. Right now it's down. Well, is it technically a new day? That's a one-day chart. What is this? Is this minutes? Why is this listed like this? This is kind of weird. 1 week. That's 1 week. That's weird. Hold on. See if I can do this. Bitcoin chart. I need to get it on the screen a little better for you. This is the one-day chart for Bitcoin right here from TradingView. And it's currently at 74,315. And so it looks, I mean, it's not down much. It looks like in the last 20 minutes, that's 15 minutes. It's gone down to like $100. I mean, it's not a huge difference than what it was. That right there is a couple hours ago, and it was around the same place. So I don't see a huge Bitcoin move on the chart just right now from this news. Again, this is the you can see that's an hour ago down there, and that's 2 hours ago. So I mean, I guess some of this could be a move up, but that's $200 between here and here. Anyways, that's from TradingView. Let's get back and see if we have any more updates here. I'm also checking Iranian state media to see if there's any comment there in Iranian state media. And I have yet to see it yet. So we're looking for that. All right, if you are just joining us, here's what's going on. Oops, that I don't need. What I need is this. The U.S. has carried out, according to multiple... Actually, multiple outlets say that they have been told by a U.S. official this. So the U.S. has carried out new strikes. I feel comfortable saying they have in Iran. And you can see here, Reuters says the U.S. military carried out new strikes overnight in Iran. targeting a military site that officials believed posed a threat to U.S. forces and commercial maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official told Reuters today. Looks like these strikes happened about 2 hours ago. The official, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said the U.S. military has also intercepted and shot down multiple Iranian drones that posed a similar threat. The U.S. military strikes, which had not been previously reported, came during negotiations to end a 3-month-old war that has killed thousands and sent global energy prices sharply higher since it began on February 28th with U.S. and Israeli attacks. U.S. President Trump earlier today dismissed an Iranian state media report claiming that Iran and Oman would jointly manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz as part of a peace deal. Trump said the waterway would remain open. I'm going to show you some of what Trump said today in a little bit. And as I mentioned, Barak Ravid of Axios, he reports a senior U.S. official said Iran fired 4 one-way drones at a U.S. commercial ship. The U.S. military shot down the drones and attacked another Iranian drone launching unit on the ground before it launched, the official added. By the way, thanks to Jeff TE88, who thinks the headline should read U.S. carries out new retaliatory strikes in Iran. That's what Jeff thinks. Thank you, Jeff, for your support. Jeff TE88 PFCR. Dat Emfer thinks this is never going to end. Jay Delane thinks the drone launching unit is an $8,000 truck. Jan and Jamie says, a non-ceasefire breaking defensive love tap strike. Nothing to see here. Jennifer Smith says, U.S. did not strike first. Wendell's World says, keep 'em guessing Trump. Curry with the shot says, war is over, by the way, guys. This is twice in 3 days. Oh, CNN is also reporting about the drones. Okay. CNN has a report now. This is via Zachary Cohen of CNN. CNN has a similar report to Axios. They said a U.S. official told them that the U.S. military shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that posed a threat around the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the U.S. struck an Iranian ground control station in Bandar Abbas, which is where explosions were reported, that was about to launch a 5th drone. The official said to CNN, these actions were measured, purely defensive, and intended to maintain the ceasefire. Ali Factor says, can you please let Iran know it's a ceasefire? Oh, thank you, Susan Rez Silvestri, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Susan. Thanks for the memberships. All right, let's see what other information we can give you here. I have still not seen anything from Iranian state media. Oh, it's interesting. So I told you that Fars News about 2 hours ago, which is Iranian state media affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard, they said that 3 explosions had been heard in Bandar Abbas, or east of Bandar Abbas. Now, IRIB, which is also Iranian state media, they say no signs of explosion seen in Bandar Abbas. Some people heard the explosion. None of the officials have made any official announcement regarding this matter. That's from Tasnim, Iranian state media. So no official comment yet. Okay, so Mayor News. Yeah, let me show you that. This is what's happening on Iranian television, according to Iranian state media. Let me show you here. They just posted this. They said live broadcast by Iranian state television and radio reporter. Despite the sound being heard, no sign of an explosion has been seen in Bandar Abbas. Some people heard the explosion. No official authorities confirmed the origin of the sound, and there has been no official announcement. That was just posted by Iranian state media. Yes, as Austin says, and as we mentioned earlier, Fars News had claimed that air defenses were attacked or activated in Bandar Abbas earlier for several minutes. Here again is that Fars report from about 2 hours ago. They said 3 explosions heard in Bandar Abbas around 1:30 a.m. about 2.5 hours ago. 3 explosions were heard from the east of Bandar Abbas city. The exact location and origin of these sounds is still unknown, and efforts to determine it are ongoing. At the same time, the defenses of the city of Bandar Abbas were also activated for a few minutes. They claimed over the past 4 days, our country's armed forces have destroyed an RQ-9 drone and an orbiter drone of the American-Israeli enemy in the Hormozgan region. And defense systems, they claim, have also intercepted an F-35 and RQ-4 drone. Additional news will be published later. Now, what do we have here? Anything else new? No, still looking for more updates from Iran itself. I appreciate you joining us for our live breaking news coverage. We're going to be talking about some other stories as well on this stream. But for the moment, we're focusing on these new reported strikes by the U.S. in Iran. Is it true that Iran fired 4 drones at a U.S. commercial ship? Is that true? That doesn't seem very ceasefire-y if that happened. What's this? Oh, by the way, 5 minutes ago, guys, we have yet another U.S. strike in the Eastern Pacific against an alleged drug boat. Another one. On May 27th, at the direction of Southcom Commander General Francis L. Donovan, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known narco-terror trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco-trafficking operations. 2 male narco-terrorists were killed in this action. No U.S. military forces were harmed. So that's still going on. That was put out there 5 minutes ago. By the way, let me just update you. I want to update you also about the internet in Iran. While we have a second here, let's talk about the internet in Iran for a second. And by the way, also, hey, thanks to our moderators who are here as we bring you live coverage. We have Ruth and Beth Mythical over on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Haley Girl's moderating as well. Thank you. Over on Twitch, we have Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah. And on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body is there. Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo. And thanks for subscribing, Barry Eisler. Thank you. Our viewer, by the way, Susan Priest Buchner. Stephanie Kimber Hooper says Iran should remind Trump there is a ceasefire. Again, the U.S. said, a U.S. official told Axios and a U.S. official told CNN that Iran had fired drones at a U.S. commercial ship. Okay, hang on. Let's talk about the internet there in Iran. Oh, so Axios reports that a U.S. official told them that Iran had fired 4 drones at a U.S. commercial ship. CNN reports that a U.S. official told them that the U.S. shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that posed a threat around the Strait of Hormuz. CNN says that U.S. forces also struck an Iranian ground control station in Bandar Abbas that was about to launch a 5th drone. Axios reports that the U.S. also struck a drone launching unit on the ground before it launched. Oops, hold on. One moment. Okay, let's talk about the internet for a second. So Iran, there are reports that Iran has, a few days ago, Iran state media said the president of Iran had ordered that the international internet be opened up again after months. There's reporting that says it's not back to where it was, but there are some improvements. Iranians are back online after a months-long shutdown, but still face heavy restrictions, says AP. Iranians began to regain internet access today after authorities ended a months-long shutdown, but users said service was slow and spotty in some areas, with apps like YouTube and Instagram heavily restricted, as they were before the cutoff began during nationwide protests. Authorities had justified the cutting off of the internet as a military imperative after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran on February 28th. Their decision to lift some restrictions this week came as negotiators appeared to be closing in on a more permanent truce, but many Iranians feared access could be cut off again at a moment's notice. Internet tracking company NetBlock said Iran's connectivity, which measures the ability of devices to connect to the internet, is around 86% of capacity from before the cutoff. Internet analysis firm Kentic said internet traffic, which measures the amount of data transferred and is a good illustration of usage, was at about 40%. Amir Rashidi, an Iranian cybersecurity analyst, said there were still widespread disruptions. It's too early to say the shutdown is over, he wrote on X. Iran's roughly 90 million people have been cut off from the internet for most of the year. One of the world's most longest and strictest national shutdowns. Young people with online careers saw their incomes evaporate. Job losses and the closure of online businesses added to the war's steep economic costs, says AP. The cutoff made it difficult for Iranian families to communicate through months of unrest and war. At some points, phone lines were also cut off, although they were later restored. A woman living in Tehran said for months she was barely able to speak to her sons living abroad. She couldn't believe authorities had restored access, saying she had assumed they would find some justification to prolong the outage. A taxi driver said internet service was restored but weak. He expressed hope it would improve so he could use messaging apps with family and friends. Both spoke on condition of anonymity. Internet prices spiked during the internet shutdown, with residents in Tehran at times paying around $7.50 per gigabyte. Prices are back down to $2.25 for 30 gigabytes, roughly where they were before the protests. Even then, Iran tightly controlled access to popular social media sites, leading many to rely on virtual private networks or VPNs. The cost of those workarounds soared during the shutdown, making them unaffordable for many as the economy was battered. So again, some improvement, some opening up of the internet. The last couple days, it looks like. They say today, I've been hearing reports for a couple days, but certainly not back to what it was before the war. And remember, before the war, Iran still tightly controlled the internet. But it's much reduced from pre-war right now, still. I'll take a couple of comments in a second. I just want to give you a little more from this article. AP says a slow return to service. Businesses have started reappearing online, announcing their return with posts on sites like Instagram and Telegram. A gamer and tech influencer in the city of Isfahan said the internet shutdown had caused him to lose a lot of his audience on YouTube and Instagram, where he had spent years building up a large following. All my views and interactions are way down. I've been erased from the algorithm, he said in a voice note sent by WhatsApp, adding that his internet connection was still slower than before the shutdown. He said the situation is such that many content producers have had their income reduced to zero, have moved on to other jobs, or have been forced to sell their equipment to survive. And just some other background here. Iranian authorities first shut down the internet in January during mass anti-government protests that were eventually stamped out in a violent crackdown. Thousands of people were killed and tens of thousands detained. The cutoff was just starting to ease when the government imposed a complete internet blackout after the start of the war. The government faced criticism for the prolonged shutdown, which caused even more harm to an economy devastated by inflation, strikes on key industries, and a U.S. blockade on Iranian ports. The internet cutoff cost an estimated $30 to $40 million daily, with indirect losses likely twice that much, said a member of Iran's Chamber of Commerce in a local newspaper last month. About 10 million people in Iran have jobs that depend on internet connectivity. Iranians still did have access to a national net, but that has far narrower reach, and users complained of poor service and heavy censorship. Senior government officials are given SIM cards, granting them access to the global internet. Under pressure, the government expanded access to the SIM cards to some professions during the shutdown. So normally I don't read an article like that all at once, but I thought it was very interesting to give you an update on what's going on with the internet there. So it's interesting that they have started to open it up some. I don't know the timing, as the article points out, that announcement that they were going to start restoring the internet came, I believe, a couple days after President Trump had announced over the weekend that they were close to a deal, but there's no deal yet. I don't know if that was related. It's an interesting question of why they're doing that now. I mean, certainly, as you can see from the article, there's economic reasons for them to want to have the internet. I'm sure, it's people are getting angrier and angrier about it, but it's interesting that they seem to at least be somewhat increasing connectivity there. Let's see here. We'll take some comments for you guys. Yeah, guys, some people are claiming there are live cams in Iran. I can't steal cameras from the internet. I can only use what... Now, generally speaking, there are not many live cams from Iran. But also, I can't... The internet is not my free storehouse to steal whatever I want from my channel. So none of the... I'm not aware of any live shot that I have the rights to or have the option to get the rights to from Iran. If I do, I will do my best to get it. Let's see here. The Shot Kitten, our viewer, says, hopefully we will start to see some stuff coming out of there now that internet is on, but I doubt it. Look, even before the internet, even before the war, even before the protests, Iran has tight control over the internet there. So now maybe you might see some more stuff that you wouldn't have seen otherwise. That's true. But at the same time, I'm sure the government is going to be looking out for stuff. You can see here, this is from Wikipedia. Iran is known for having one of the world's most restrictive internet censorship systems, including many popular websites and online services such as YouTube, Bitly? Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Telegram. Internet traffic in the country is heavily restricted and monitored. And this is not the last, this is just in general. This is just in general. Okay. Oh, someone wanted to ask about Pentagon pizza report. Yeah, again, I have not seen any evidence that this is any kind of reliable indicator of imminent military action. And I will again repeat that there have been many instances over the last couple of months where people said, hey, Pentagon pizza places near the Pentagon. I'm looking at the report online and the business is way up, and then no U.S. military action happened. Pentagon Pizza Report at Penn Pizza Report said 7 hours ago that various pizzerias nearby the Pentagon were reporting above average traffic. That's one place you can go look, at Penn Pizza Report. I know there's some other ones online too. Let's see here. All right, let's go over what we know about these strikes, these new strikes. The Wall Street Journal is reporting the same story that others are reporting now about these new strikes. Like other outlets, the Wall Street Journal is saying that a U.S. official told them that the U.S. shot down Iranian drones and hit a drone control station near Bandar Abbas. The drone control, well, it's a little bit different report, but it's similar. They say the drone control station posed a threat to U.S. forces and commercial traffic in the strait, the official said. The Wall Street Journal is also saying that U.S. officials told them that Iran fired 4 one-way attack drones at American and commercial ships. And like the strikes 2 days ago, U.S. officials said the strikes were limited and defensive in nature and not an escalation that would collapse the ceasefire. Mad Hatter, our viewer, says, just another love tap. All right, hang on a moment here. Oh, we have an update from Reuters on this. They have some more information that they have gotten from officials, I believe. The U.S. military carried out new strikes overnight on Iran, targeting a military site and shooting down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that posed a threat around the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's pretty clear that one or more U.S. officials has just maybe either sent the same statement or called different media outlets and is basically saying the same thing to them because they all have similar reports. The U.S. military carried out new strikes overnight in Iran, targeting a military site and shooting down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that posed a threat around the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official told Reuters today. The official, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said the military site that was struck was an Iranian ground control station in Iran's Bandar Abbas that was about to launch a 5th drone. The U.S. military strikes came during negotiations to end a 3-month war that has killed thousands and sent global energy prices sharply higher. These actions were measured, purely defensive, and intended to maintain the ceasefire, the official said. U.S. President Trump earlier today dismissed an Iranian state media report that Iran and Oman would jointly manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz as part of a peace deal. Trump said the waterway would remain open. The U.S. last carried out what it called defensive strikes against Iran 2 days ago, on Monday, in what Iran called a violation of the country's fragile ceasefire. The U.S. targets on Monday included boats attempting to lay mines and missile launch sites that the U.S. military Central Command said posed a threat to U.S. forces. So there you go. Justice Zen says, how is this a ceasefire? How is there a ceasefire if they're attacking? HMN says, peace missiles. J. Gilbua says, bombs of peace. Rondo Chain says, yeah, this in quotes, ceasefire. JD63 says, I don't trust anyone's word anymore. Pascal Bedard, our viewer, says, not defensive in any way, preemptive? Okay, so we're gonna get more updates on this. I want to see if we can get a comment from Iranian state media on this. And there's some other stories I want to talk about too. I also want to show you what President Trump had to say earlier today. We're going to take a look at that. But we're going to keep getting you more updates on this. We got to do one thing real quick. This is a sponsored stream by our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. So a quick word from me about Rumble Wallet, and then we will bring you more news after we hear a quick word from me about our sponsor. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. All right, we're back, and I want to see if I can find anything from Iranian state media commenting on these new strikes I'm going to, at this point, I feel like the reportedly can leave the headline, given that we have all these media outlets saying that they have heard from U.S. officials that this has happened. Um, and then I will say carries out new, in quotes, defensive strikes. We'll do that to show you, to put in the headline what they're saying. Okay. And let's see if we can find if we have any response from Iranian state media. See, nothing in Tasnim, nothing in IRNA. I don't have one yet. I don't have a response from Iran yet on this. So we'll have to see. Let me check a couple other outlets here and see. Sometimes different outlets report different things too. So let me check. By the way, we'll talk about this in a little bit. The New York Times is reporting that the U.S. Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, the 82-year-old former magazine writer who accused President Trump of sexual assault and won a $5 million civil judgment against him. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's go to do you guys want to see, do you want to take a look at, so a lot of the reports I'm seeing in American media about these new strikes, they're all very similar because again, I think what's happening is an official or officials is just basically giving the same information to different media outlets. So we can take, President Trump spoke about Iran today. And let me just show you this. But President Trump spoke around Iran today, so I can show you what he said about Iran today. Here, by the way, here is what AP is reporting, just to give you another report about this. Look what it says: defensive strike. U.S. military conducts another defensive strike in Iran, second in 3 days. Second in 3 days. Kim Bragdon says this seems to be an awfully long, short war. The U.S. military on Wednesday conducted its second defensive strike this week in 3 days against Iran after officials say they observed aggressive activity from the Iranian military. 2 U.S. officials told the Associated Press that U.S. military forces shot down 4 Iranian drones and struck a base that was about to launch a 5th drone after determining they posed a threat to the Strait of Hormuz. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity in order to discuss sensitive military operations. Darren Lee says all lies. Why don't we take a look at that? If I can show you not the whole thing, but just some of Trump's comments today at his cabinet meeting about Iran. Give me a moment here. Let's do that. I think we should take a look at some of what he said. But what I have to do, any questions? Here. Okay, so let's take a look at some of what President Trump said today. And I'm putting it up on the screen for you right now. Hang on. When he talked about Iran. Get that off. Put this on. There it is. I can see it now. And I'll also keep an eye out for further updates, of course. Earlier today, and I think this is right where he's asked about Iran right here, when he was taking questions at his cabinet meeting. Let's see if I have queued it up correctly.
And would they have to open it immediately, short-term?
That you're able to produce that, I think would be very interesting reading for people.
Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody. It's
and who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President, thank you. How much economic pressure?
Now, I want to clarify here. He said Oman. So Oman is the country on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Hang on. So I want to clarify this. Let me just pull a map up. First of all, if you look at a map here, if we look at Google Maps, so that right there is part of Oman. It's a little confusing. Oman is here and here. Actually, if I show you Oman. See, Oman is here, but also this part, is it an enclave? Is that what they call that? This is also part of Oman. So there's Iran here, there's the Strait of Hormuz, and there's Oman. And then there was this report in Iranian state media claiming, I don't know if I can find this, claiming that, where is it here? Where is the report here? Iran and Oman state media. Yes. So Iran state TV had reported that, according to Reuters, that that they had obtained a draft. Hold on, let me see if I can put this on the screen for you, as background to what Trump, as background to what Trump said today about Oman. Okay, so Reuters had reported that Iranian state, and this report was elsewhere too. I haven't found the original. I haven't looked for the original post, so I'm going to just just summarize this. According to Reuters, Iran State TV said that it had gotten a draft of an initial unofficial framework for a memorandum of understanding between Iran and the U.S. And Iranian State TV said the draft of the agreement said that the framework that was going to be signed between Iran and the U.S. would include Iran managing ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz in cooperation with Oman. Okay? So that's why I believe the question you heard today was, hey, is Iran and Oman going to control the Strait of Hormuz? And President Trump was like, no, it's going to be open. And then he said, if something like threatening Oman, if they tried to control it. But let me just play that now with that background. I can play you the answer again. Hold on a second here. All right, here it is again.
Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President.
So he said Oman is going to have to behave or we'll blow them up. All right, hold on. I'm going to show you some more of what he said. Let me just check something here. Oh, hey guys, hold on a second. I think there's a comment from Iranian state media. Hold on. I think. Yes. Hey guys, we have a comment about the new strikes, the new reported U.S. strikes from Iranian state media. So let me put that on the screen for you. Here is the comment from Tasnim, Iranian state media. News update. I haven't even read it yet. I'm trying to get it on the screen for you. Here, one of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning it as well. Okay. What happened a few hours ago in Bandar Abbas? An informed military source told Tasnim news agency a few hours ago an American tanker attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz by turning off its radar system, but it was forced to stop and return after the Iranian Navy took swift and decisive action and fired at it. In contrast, the American terrorist army fired at the scorched earth around Bandar Abbas, and the sound of the explosions was related to this incident. This firing did not cause any casualties or property damage. Give me a moment here. They claim there was no damage or injuries. Iranian state media, Tasnim's version of what happened. So remember, the U.S. officials have told multiple outlets that Iran that had launched 4 one-way attack drones. And some of the outlets said that, Axios said those 4 one-way drones were launched at a U.S. commercial ship. But multiple outlets said the U.S. shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that were threatening ships. And also that the U.S. hit a base in Bandar Abbas before the site launched another drone. So, again, Iranian state media says, what happened a few hours ago in Bandar Abbas? An informed military source told Tasnim news agency a few hours ago an American tanker attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz by turning off its radar system, but was forced to stop and return after the IRGC Navy took swift and decisive action and fired at it. In contrast, the American terrorist army fired at the scorched earth around Bandar Abbas, and the sound of the explosions was related to this incident. The firing did not cause any casualties or property damage. Our viewer Suction Entertainment says such peace. Our viewer Darcy Do That says it took hours to come up with this story. I can't look up this ship because, as you say, it says that a tanker turned off its radar system. So if it's true that a tanker had turned off its radar system, then we wouldn't be able to look up the ship because we couldn't see. I don't know which ship it was, if that's true, but we wouldn't see it moving on marine traffic because it wouldn't be being tracked because it would have its the location data turned off. I can look at marine traffic from a few hours ago. I'm going to doubt we actually see anything. We can check it though. Outcast Jeff says they will be feeling scorched earth soon. Gator says, yeah, and I've got some oceanfront property for sale in Utah. There is some overlap in the story. They do say that they fired on a commercial ship or fired to stop a commercial ship. That's similar to some of the reports, an American commercial ship. So was a U.S. commercial ship trying to leave? Was the U.S. military trying to help that ship to leave? Did that ship actually leave, or did it turn around? Can't tell you. Don't know the answer to any of these questions. Angela Walker says they are so arrogant. Oh, hold on a second. Do we have any new statement here? No. I was trying to see if we got anything new about this. No, I just have that so far. From Iranian state media. Lori Bird says, yeah, right, Iran, we believe you. Our viewer, Yo Yost says, at least the ceasefire is still going strong. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's look at, oh, by the way, just so you know, tomorrow's White House press briefing is going to be given by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Maybe we'll cover that. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is going to be giving the press briefing. Remember that White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is on maternity leave. Mr. says, so did the tanker return like Iran claims? I cannot tell you anything about whether there was a tanker and what happened to it. We can look at marine traffic. I cannot imagine that we're going to see anything about this on marine traffic. But you never know. So this all happened a few hours ago. So what you'd have to do is look at the last few hours. And you'd have to look at I mean, I'm going to play the last 13 hours, but this is the last, but we don't need that. I'm going to play like, this is going to be, all right, so I'm going to show you like the last 6 hours. This is going to be the last 6 hours. Do we see any, I can't imagine we're going to see a U.S. flagged tanker moving towards Strait of Hormuz. So this happened, now just to be clear, this reportedly happened at 1:30, around 1:30 Iran time, which would have been 3 hours ago, which would have been about 10 UTC would be 3 hours ago. Hold on. 10 UTC. So that right there is 10 UTC. That's 10 UTC. And I'm going to look. I mean, I see Starbound Explorer, but that's here. I don't really see anything trying to go through here. But so I'm going to go. Here is an hour before it happened. That's an hour before it happened. And let's play the next hour. I'm going to play the next hour. I just played the next hour. That's what I just did. I just played the hour. Am I getting this right? Let me just make sure. The 27th UTC. Yes, because again, this would have happened at 3 hours ago, which would be 6 p.m. Eastern Time, which would be 10 p.m. UTC on the 27th. So I really don't see anything. Again, that's an hour before it happened, and I'm going to play it again. And and I already went past when it was supposed to happen. That's 45 minutes past when it was supposedly happen. Now, maybe it happened somewhere else, but you're not seeing a lot of activity in this area right here. And remember, we're Bandar Abbas here. Bandar Abbas is right here. Go back 8 hours? All right, I'll go back more. But again, I just showed you an hour before it happened, and when it happened, we didn't see anything. So if stuff happened 8 hours ago, then it's probably not going to be related to this. Here is the last roughly 13 hours up till the present. The last 13 hours. But again, this happened about 3 hours ago. Clayhead thinks you won't see it on radar, but the U.S. will see it on radar, or whatever means they have. There have been ships passing through the strait during recent days, but reportedly they're ships that go through with Iran's permission. Now, maybe there are some others that snuck through. I don't know. Pretty quiet the last 13 hours. But there also might be, hold on to me. There might be, there might be ships that are doing stuff there with their transponders off. I don't know. Steve Hayes says if transponders were off, you wouldn't see it. Most have left the Gulf. Oh, I don't believe that's true at all. I don't believe that's true at all. There were over 1,000 ships trapped in the Gulf. Yeah, I'm not aware that most have left at all. I have not heard that. I mean, here you can, marine traffic, if you go to marinetraffic.com, you can poke around. Marinetraffic.com is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Now, I can't say these are all stuck. Maybe some of them were just in there and were planning on staying there for a while, but you can go peek around and see. Red are tankers, I think, and green are cargo ships, if I have that right. Yeah, green is cargo and red is tankers. Blue is dark blue is passenger vessels. Light blue is tugs and special craft. Okay, now. So we told you what Iran state media said about this report, these U.S. strikes. Okay. Hang on a second here. Let me just see something. Let me show you President Trump answering another question about Iran today from the White House quickly here. Hold on. Let's see. Watch this.
That would not make me comfortable.
Is the U.S. considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market?
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. And when they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's not, one thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after.
Okay, so I would just want to show you some of the comments. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on further updates about this new defensive strike story. And hold on a second here. I need to check a couple other things too. I want to talk about a couple other things. Thanks, by the way, to Kindra Fox for your support on Twitch and Zeno7Mal for the 2 gift subs on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Thanks also to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, I see a lot of spoof ships on land. Can't trust marine traffic verbatim. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, for your support. Also, Julie Smith, who thinks Trump needs to stop playing around. Thank you, Julie. Also, Gary Baines gave 5 memberships. Thanks so much, Gary. Thank you, our member KB9WWN, who says, why do we let these bullies push us around? Thanks, Renee Lorraine from Canada. Thanks, Stuart Henderson, for your support from the UK. Also, Kate Rose, our member. And M. Rod MRODM, hold on a second, MRODM who broke the rules. So please respect the rules. Thank you also MRODRM and McKinder. Thank you. And also what's her name? Thanks for your support. What's her name says America has a huge narcissism problem. Your life isn't hard because of Muslims. Your life is hard because you don't appreciate what you have. That's from what's her name. Thanks also King Pie. Do you think it's odd that there were 2 chemical tank situations, one in California, one in Washington? Somebody asked this before. We'll talk more about the Washington one later. That's something I don't know enough about. I would have to have specialized knowledge of how often these kind of things happen, whether these things were similar or totally different occurrences, how often they happen. Maybe statistically, given the frequency with they happen, maybe once every few years you're bound to have a couple happen right near each other, or not. I just don't know. But that's not something that I can tell without knowing those kind of that specialized knowledge, which I don't have. I don't know how frequently there are issues with various sites of this type. I certainly. I'm sure people who work in this field and specialize, it's something they would look into. So I have not heard any reporting suggesting that there's something different going on that's leading to an outburst of these kind of things. But at the same time, that's not my field. I don't know. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Thank you so much, King Pie 3000, and also Paul Grogan 8032, and Pablo Pena, I think it is. Has U.S. done any military buildup since ceasefire? I can't comment for sure. I'm not aware of any kind of huge U.S. military buildup that hadn't been reported previously since the ceasefire. That's the best I can tell you. There certainly may have been assets going in or out. I haven't heard reported any kind of huge new buildup since then. As for specific assets, there might have been reports here and there that I don't remember. But again, I'm not aware that there was a very significant buildup before the ceasefire, obviously, and haven't heard that it's been ramped down at all significantly. Okay, let's see. And just in case you didn't hear, well, I'm going to let you know something else about what President Trump said today. So in case you haven't heard, which we've been talking about, for the second time in 3 days, the U.S. has carried out strikes that it calls defensive in nature against Iran. You can see here, U.S. strikes Iran again, official says, after Trump denies deal on Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military carried out new strikes in Iran. I think I need this right now. Targeting a military site that officials believed posed a threat to U.S. forces and commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official said, hours after President Trump dismissed an Iranian report of a deal to restore traffic through the strategic waterway. The U.S. official, who spoke anonymously to speak candidly about military operations, Reuters knows who it is, but they're not going to release the name, told Reuters today the military also shot down 4 Iranian attack drones that posed a threat around the strait. The target was an Iranian ground control station in the port city of Bandar Abbas that was about to launch a 5th drone, the official added. Other outlets are saying U.S. official or officials told them something similar. An Iranian media report said there were 3 explosions in the area around 1:30 a.m. local time. A ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran took effect in early April. The U.S. official told Reuters these actions were measured, purely defensive, and intended to maintain the ceasefire. The U.S. military also carried out strikes in southern Iran 2 days ago on Monday, in what it described as a defensive action, but which Iran said was a gross violation of the ceasefire. At a cabinet meeting today, Trump dismissed an Iranian state TV report that it had obtained an unofficial draft of an agreement to restore commercial shipping through the strait to pre-war levels within a month, with Iran and Oman jointly managing traffic. Trump said no single country would have control over the waterway and appeared to threaten Oman, a country with which the U.S. has had decades-long military and economic ties. Nobody's going to control the strait, Trump said. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, who will have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine. The White House and Oman's embassy in Washington did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Trump's comments and reports of new U.S. military action showed the 2 countries remain far apart, even after suggestions from the White House in recent days that an initial deal to end the war could be imminent. The head of the Iranian parliament's National Security Committee, Ibrahim Azizi, said Trump's rhetoric would not force Iran to back away from its demands to enrich uranium, wield authority over the Strait of Hormuz, and see sanctions against it lifted. Azizi said in a post on X, "It's obvious that Trump, seeking a way out of this strategic deadlock, alternates between issuing threats and appealing for agreement." Okay. And just to remind you, I know we talked about this, but just to remind you what Iranian state media said about this incident tonight, they said, you can see right here, Tasnim News said, if I can get it on the screen for you. Tasnim state media said, what happened a few hours ago in Bandar Abbas, an informed military source told the Tasnim news agency, a few hours ago an American tanker attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz by turning off its radar system, but was forced to stop and return after the Iranian Navy took swift and decisive action and fired at it. In contrast, the American terrorist army fired at the scorched earth around Bandar Abbas, and the sound of explosions was related to this incident. The firing did not cause any casualties or property damage. That's what Iran said. I cannot confirm whether there was a U.S. tanker that was trying to pass through and all that stuff. Steve God says, not possible, Trump told us they didn't have a Navy. Well, I don't know what they mean by their Navy. Maybe they consider their Navy a person in a small boat launching a drone or something. I don't know. Or maybe they consider the ground forces next to the waterway their Navy. That I can't say. I don't know. They weren't specific about it. LCS Fox says Iran cooking. Karen in Canada says Trump's threatening to blow up Oman isn't normal. I guess he could have been misspeaking and meant to say Iran. I'm not sure. I mean, the question had mentioned Oman and Iran. But he said Oman would have to behave like everybody else, which kind of seems like he's talking about Oman and not Iran. JG says, pretty clear Iran wants more pickles in the barrel. All right, so we'll keep giving you updates about this. I do want to, hang on a second here. Oh, our viewer Ali Tarabi mentioned the oil price. Let's take a quick look at oil price. Yeah, so oops, you can't even see it right now. You know, when this incident happened, when news broke about these new U.S. strikes, Brent crude went up about $1. Let me show you the file. This is tradingview.com. You can see right, well, is that it? It was trading at about, it's a little hard to see right here. I can pull up the full chart. But anyways, we were looking at it earlier. Brent crude went up. It was in the high 92s, and then it went up to the low 94s. Now it is back to high 93s. So it looks like it went up about $1 since that news broke. And then the news came out about what? A couple hours ago? I mean, I don't see much change in WTI crude because I'm going back here. That's right around now. If I go back 2 hours, I mean, it looks like WTI crude went up about from like 90, about 50 cents or so, and then came back down. So I'm not seeing a huge oil market response, not huge, to this at the moment. All right. So I think, I want to talk about a couple different stories here and keep an eye on the Iran developments. There's a very interesting story about the CIA that came out that I want to mention. I don't know if you've seen this. Do I have here? The New York Times reported something about it. I don't know if anybody else has reported it yet. It's very interesting. So I want to mention that. Yeah, Jerry Kovac says gold reportedly stolen. Hey, thanks to Man for Some Markets. Man for Some Markets, who says, I wouldn't automatically assume conspiracy on every industrial accident. Texas City blew up at least twice because chemistry is scary. Thanks, Man for Some Markets. I do want to mention this story. I don't know if anybody else is reporting it for the New York Times yet. NBC News. Oh, hold on a second. AP has a story about it as well. AP, NBC News, and New York Times. I think the New York Times might have been the first to report it. So, hang on. Yeah, Fox News is reporting it now and stuff too. But, all right, so here's the basic idea of the story. I believe this was first reported by the New York Times. So they reported that a senior level CIA official has been arrested with $40 million in gold bars in his home that he got from work. You know what would be good if I could get the actual court? There's supposedly a court document floating around. If I could get that, that would be the best thing. But I haven't seen it anywhere. Hold on. I'll look for it. That would be the best thing, but I have not seen it posted. So, and when you hear it, you first think, oh, did he just steal it? But the details are quite strange. the reported details. So first, here's what the New York Times was reporting. They say that the official was arrested last week. Okay, he had these gold bars at his house in Virginia, and he brought them home from work. Now, what the New York Times said is that, according to court papers, which I don't have the court papers yet, they say the court papers say that from November to March, last November to this March, okay, this CIA official had asked for tens of millions of dollars in gold bars and also a lot of foreign currency for work-related expenses. And he got this. Again, the court documents, I wish I had it, but I don't have the court documents. Maybe at some point we'll do a stream when I get the court documents. But according to the court documents, this was a senior CIA official who at work said, like, basically, I need tens of millions of dollars in gold bars and a lot of foreign currency for work, and he received it. So, I mean, which I think maybe suggests he's pretty senior if they gave this to him. So, then the CIA figured out that they couldn't locate where the gold bars or the foreign currency were. Then last week, May 18th, so that would have been 9 days ago, that would have been last week. Last week, the FBI searches the guy's home, and they found around 300 gold bars worth more than $40 million. Also, nearly around 3 dozen luxury watches, including many Rolexes. But the New York Times notes that the court papers don't say why he had all this stuff at the house. It's very strange. So again, the story is not that he like broke open some vault and took the stuff home with him. According to the court papers, the New York Times said, he asked for this stuff saying he needed it for work. And he got it. Blue Man says requisitioning 300 gold bars is pretty sweet. One of the viewers, Wall Street says not the most creative heist. Yeah, something I was thinking is like, I don't know if this person was having like mental issues because, I mean, if the person really was trying to steal the stuff, I don't know what happened here, just to be clear. I don't know the facts. I'm just telling you what's being reported. But if someone was trying to steal this stuff, you would think that a rational thinking person would think, well, there's no way I can get away with it this way. I mean, I don't know this, but it's just like, if this person is a senior CIA official and they're asking the CIA to give them the stuff for work, they're going to know it's missing and they're going to know who took it. So I don't know if this, you might think like, well, this was like a crazy, I don't even know if this person was like thinking straight. Because it just seems like such a crazy plan, So I don't know. It's possible this person wasn't thinking straight. I don't know. Because it just seems so crazy. Just as Zen says they get away so much, he probably thought he could. I don't know if he used any of it, if it was just sitting there. I don't know what happened. And they say that the court papers don't say why he had it out at his house. Rocker says, seems incredible he requisitioned gold and a massive amount of cash and got it. Well, that's a whole other interesting thing. I mean, it suggests that maybe this happens in other instances, but there maybe there's other instances where there's use for this kind of stuff. 321 name user says, how would they sell it without getting caught? Yeah, there was a court filing in Virginia. AP has something similar about this. Man, I wish we had the actual affidavit, but I have not seen it online anywhere. Give me a second. Let me just peek here. Yeah, so AP also said that this person whose name is David Rush, the court document said that he requested and received significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses. It's unclear what he intended to use these for. According to AP, the court documents say that a portion of it was found in a storage space near his office at home. And well, I think it's saying that, or are they saying some of it was found are they saying some of it was found in a different storage space and then they searched his home? Either way, they searched his home on May 18th and they found more than 300 gold bars worth more than $40 billion. There was also at his home roughly $2 million in U.S. currency and 35 luxury watches, many of them Rolex. AP says that the FBI affidavit says there's probable cause to believe that he knowingly embezzled, stole, purloined, or knowingly converted a thing of value of the U.S. for his personal use. It is not clear, by the way, says AP, what role he was in at the agency. And I guess he recently left the agency because he's described as a former official. Okay, he is in custody. Oh, also one other thing I want to point out. The FBI affidavit, says AP, says this person, David Rush, also appears to have lied for years about his education and military background. He had falsely claimed to be a Navy pilot and falsely claimed that he had graduated from Clemson University and RPI in New York as well. He was in the Navy, but he was not a pilot, and he did not go to those colleges. That's what the affidavit says. Revin says it just gets worse. Patricia Gray says, I will just take one gold bar. So that's a whole thing. I mean, I'll have to keep an eye on that and see if more comes out on that. Maybe we'll do a stream on it at some point. I don't know where the watches came from. Patricia Gray said, the watches, did he buy the watches? I'm not sure. Patricia Grace also says, I don't know if it was all accounted for. I would have to get, and I don't even know if these questions are answered in the court documents, but I don't have the actual court documents here. There's articles about these court documents. Stickler for Change says he was probably hoping that no one would notice until he disappeared. Blake thinks they use gold to barter all the time. Suction Entertainment says work-related expenses. Wow, that is pretty Miami Vice. All right, let me see if I have any updates now about what happened in Iran. But, you know, something else that's weird to me is, so this is the second time in 3 days that there's been a U.S. strike that U.S. called defensive in Iran. Second time in 3 days. Now, you might say, well, it's not, these are small strikes or something, but it's like, we didn't hear about it's not like we've been hearing about these things a lot, hardly at all, I don't think, during the whole ceasefire period. So why now twice in 3 days? Why has this happened twice in 3 days? Has something changed? Ruth says odd. Ron Lolordo says good question. Again, I don't know. It just seems like we're hearing, Saturday we hear from President Trump that a deal is close, and then now twice in 3 days we have strikes. Now, our viewer, Kraken Cold One says, because we were near a fully negotiated ceasefire, why else Rabid Dog can't handle peace? Well, if this is an interesting point. Could there be people in the Iranian, there's been reporting saying that there's the Iranian leadership is not united, and there's the Revolutionary Guard, and then there's others who are more outside the military. Could certain people in Iran be trying to sabotage the negotiations remember, the U.S. claimed that drones were being fired today, attack drones by Iran. They said on Monday that Iranian boats had been trying to lay mines. So that's an interesting thought. I don't know. TMA, we were saying, I can't confirm these details, but we were talking about this on Monday saying, are they really trying to lay mines right now? Pepsi Fire says dropping mines is a violation of the treaty. Yeah, I don't know. I can't confirm what happened. But if Iran laid mines on Monday and fired attack drones today, like the U.S. claims they did, seems like a strange situation if really a negotiated settlement is close. DJ Saltlick says perhaps new anti-ship missile placements along the coast not in the initial target lists. Our viewer Elsewhere says watch what they do, not what they say. Rusty Jones says most confusing war in history. Ruth says weird, makes no sense. TLC says why hasn't Iran retaliated? Tonight they said that, but tonight they denied that. Their version was that a U.S. tanker tried to cross the strait. They fired at it and it turned back. And the U.S. launched some strikes at Bandar Abbas, but nothing was damaged. That's what Iran said. Maybe Iran wants to limit escalation and they're downplaying it. I don't know. We should do a poll about deal. Let's do another poll about a possible deal. Will there be an Iran-U.S. deal in the next, I'll say 2 weeks? In the next 2 weeks. I'm asking it right now. Okay, I have the poll posted on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to post it on Facebook right now. I'm going to post it right now. Okay, I am posting the poll. Meantime, I will show this. There's marine traffic. And here is you guys thinking about your answer. There you are. You're thinking about it. You are thinking about it. Now, I can tell you, well, let me show you here. YouTube. I said, will there be a deal in the next 2 weeks between the US and Iran? And over there on YouTube, I am seeing 88% say no on YouTube. On Facebook, 85% say no on Facebook. How about on Twitch? On Twitch, look at this. You know, it's very interesting. 91% say no. I feel like you guys have been pretty consistent recently about doubting there's going to be a deal. I feel like the oil market thinks there's going to be a deal. Oil has gone down a bunch in the last week or two on these reports of a possible new deal. Miss Link thinks no deal is happening maybe this year. Tuna thinks the oil market is rigged. Awake says it's just going on and on and on. Kari says maybe in 20 years. NY Mets wins. WinWS says, I look forward to doing this poll for you a few more times over the next year. Uh-oh, what happened here? There we go. JBQ thinks the oil market is so clearly manipulated by the U.S. Treasury and Trump, Besant, Lutnick's buddies on Wall Street. X Stingray says we need a deal so we can move to Cuba already. RHD says too much profit and oil price manipulation to stop this merry-go-round anytime soon. Our viewer Wickedest Witch talking about the Washington explosion says this implosion, or last I heard they weren't sure what it was. We're going to talk about that in a second. Says this will be considered very, very rare. It may eventually be considered historic in nature. That's what Wickedest Witch said. We're going to talk about that in a second. PW360 says the buildup has continued for a few weeks. Lots of assets are moving in. Again, I have not heard reporting suggesting that a significant new buildup has happened during the ceasefire. I don't know. I don't recall seeing a single report saying that there's been some new big buildup. That doesn't mean new assets might not have come in, but I have not heard that there's some huge buildup that's happened during the ceasefire. That's just what I've heard. PW360 disagrees with me. Michelle Lausen says, who is in control, the U.S. or Iran? All right, so thanks for voting in the poll. You guys clearly are skeptical that there's going to be a deal anytime soon. It was 91% no on Facebook, by the way. What did I do here? Hang on one moment. I need... to see all right. I'm thinking, by the way, So, first of all, thanks to all of our moderators who are here. We have Beth Mythical and Haley Girl and Ruth are all over there moderating on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Linda Belglary and Misha moderate for us on X. On Twitch, I got that fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. And also on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you for moderating. And thanks to our subscribers like Dolly Clark, Evelyn, Barry Speedell over there on Facebook, and our other subscribers, and our other moderators. So I'm thinking, so if you notice, the title of this broadcast is New U.S. Strikes in Iran, plus other stories. Now, we haven't done an update yet about, we covered it last night during our election stream, but we haven't done an update on this stream about that terrible explosion in Longview, Washington at a packaging plant. And I would like to talk about that. They actually did a press conference today about that, and I was thinking maybe we'd watch some of the press conference. We don't have to watch all of it, but maybe the more informational parts of it, I think, might be good to help if you want to, if that's okay. This was a new one today. Thanks to CAC, our member, by the way. And yes, as David points out, there was another fatality reported there. So I think I might show you. We might take a little look at that. Thanks also to Haley Girl for the memberships. Thank you, Haley Girl. And Vasil Mometko, who says maybe the CIA officer who reportedly took tens of millions of gold bars home from work was trying to trade with the mafia or something. Thank you so much, Vasil Mometko, for your support. Hey, also on Twitch, thank you to Big Dog Gaming and Kindra Fox. And also, hey, shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Steve God, Strong One, Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street Shaggy, and Justin D. Winters, and Allistic Girly Sound, and DJ Saltlick, and Speed Wiener, and Space Turkey, and Glue Man, Atomic Farting, Sandy Doggo, My Mind Spray, and Mr. Tiny Hand, and T. Tacles. Thanks for subscribing, K. Klauf, and our other subscribers there. You know who I want to thank also quickly is our YouTube members. People like Soulfly, Alabama fan Barry 69, Evelyn in Maine, J.K. Sinar, Joseph Say, Curtis Ray BBQ, Dean R., Ty McFadden, Paula Faust, Waltham, Mass., Ghost Charmer, Roy 1822, Dr. McRib, Stacy T.W., JD63, William Cromer, Marisol Del Valle, Marin Go Bra, Evelyn in Maine, Alabama fan. These are just some of our members on YouTube. The Bearded Texan, Miss Link, Sydney 91, and others. Ethereal Planets, J.S. Morley, Soulfly. Okay, why don't we take a couple minutes, and get an update on the that terrible accident in Longview, Washington. By the way, while we were on the air, I think there was an update from the Longview Fire Department, which says, hang on. CDID number 1 with oversight from the EPA. We can just take this off for the moment. CDID number 1 with oversight from the EPA and Department of Ecology is resuming pumping operations at the Reynolds Way Industrial Pumping Station with the intent to draw contaminated water away from the, is it sloughs? I don't know how to pronounce that. Hang on. So is it Slough, a swampy wetland, says Noah. Slough, I guess. Slough. Pumping with intent to draw contaminated water away from the sloughs near residential areas in the city's water supply. The public is asked to avoid the drainage ditches while operations are underway. So what I want to do is give an update. Update on tank accident in Longview, Washington, which happened yesterday. And I believe, hold on a second here, that there's still 9 missing. But I'm going to show you something here. Yes. Yeah, it's 2 dead and 9 presumed dead. Yes. So what I'm going to do is we're not going to watch necessarily the whole thing, but I want to try to get you just the update, some of the information from the update. Let me show you the picture too. This is a picture that Longview Fire Department posted of the tank that where the accident was, right here. And that tank had hundreds of thousands of gallons of this very caustic chemical called white, I think it's white liquor or light liqueur. And that happened at this packaging plant. White liqueur is used to in the paper making process. So let's look at what I'm going to do right now. If you give me a moment, It's terrible. So condolences to the families of the 11 presumed dead people, just terrible. And also thoughts with all those who were injured in this. So I'm going to put on the screen right now, and we're going to listen to a little bit of the latest press conference, which happened a few hours ago. I haven't even gotten a chance to watch it myself yet. What I'm going to do is, I'm not going to make it so big. What I'm going to do is do it this way. We'll do it this way. Okay, so this is earlier today. Let's get an update. And I want to put on the screen earlier today. This is different. This is not the Garden Grove situation where a tank was at risk of exploding and then ultimately they got it under control and about 50,000 people have been evacuated, but now the evacuation is over. That was in Garden Grove, California. This is Longview, Washington. Let's see. Why can't you guys see? Oh, I see. All right, so let's listen to some of the details that were given in the update this afternoon. Oops.
Good afternoon. I'll highlight the order, so it'll be myself, then Chief Amos, then Governor Ferguson, and then Congresswoman Guzman-Perez, and then Chief Amos and I will come back up and do the question and answer process like we did yesterday for those that were here with us yesterday afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Goldstein, SCOTT-GOLDSTEIN, Fire Chief with Cowlitz 2 Fire Rescue. I want to acknowledge again the tremendous support that we have received from our state and regional and federal partners, but more specifically, the tremendous impact that this incident continues to have on the victims, the families, the co-workers, my responders, all the agency's responders, and the broader community. Understand that there are members working the site tirelessly that have lost co-workers, lost friends, and they remain dedicated to focusing on our recovery efforts. I want to switch into an operational update. I want to outline that recovery efforts started after our operations on Tuesday. We have declared this incident a transition from rescue to recovery as of this morning. We declared this incident a transition from rescue to recovery as of this morning. As I outlined yesterday evening, we had structural issues, safety concerns of some of the mechanical and industrial equipment on site. While we were talking to you yesterday afternoon, assessments were ongoing, additional information was provided that started to address those concerns. That continued this morning. Drone operations were done, additional information was determined, and we began operations today. I want to make it clear that based upon the entirety of the scene safety and the stability of our concerns is how we approach our incident here, not because of our staffing levels, nor of the personal protective equipment and the availability of that equipment. I talked last evening about roughly 90,000 gallons of product remaining in that tank. Further observation this morning from plant officials identified that amount is at the most but roughly 25,000 gallons, and that the tank was stable in its position and alleviated the predominance of our concerns of the tank failing. We still have contingency plans in place and resources coming to work on the tank itself if we need to change to stabilizing and removing the tank. Environmental monitoring. Representatives from the Washington State Department of Ecology and the United States Environmental Protection Agency remain on scene assisting public health, public utilities, and our diking districts on the issues of environmental monitoring and mitigation operations. Throughout the evening last night, both fixed and portable air monitoring and water quality sampling was occurring. pH, or the acidity level of a liquid, testing of water samples has confirmed contamination entered the Columbia River during the day yesterday. Additional evaluations are underway to better understand the scope and extent of that environmental impact. At this time, there continue to be no identified negative health impacts to the to the surrounding air quality or the city of Longview's drinking water system. The public is still asked to avoid the road network here as different agencies and the large equipment are continuing to come to the scene, as well as the dike and ditches around this area. Signage was put up by our environmental partners last night that provides signing on site. Now I'm going to turn things over, as with yesterday, to Battalion Chief Matt Amos with the Longview Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief. My name's Matt Amos, Mattamos. I'm the Longview Fire Battalion Chief on site. Recovery efforts began earlier today, and they'll continue to be slow, methodical, and deliberate. The priority is ensuring responder safety while treating every victim with the greatest dignity, care, and respect as possible. As individuals are recovered from the site, they'll undergo decontamination before being transported to the Cowlitz County Coroner's Office for identification and family notification. The Coroner's Office will release names and provide additional family information only after all individuals have been recovered, properly identified, and family notifications are complete. The victim update, as of this afternoon, 9 individuals remain unrecovered. 7 employees remain hospitalized with injuries. The firefighter that was injured during the response has been released from the hospital and has follow-up appointments through the following days. We can also confirm that 1 individual transported from the scene on Tuesday succumbed from their injuries, bringing the total number of confirmed fatalities to 2 of those transported. Operational conditions, it still remains active and it's extremely hazardous in the recovery environment. Recovery operations will continue as the conditions safely allow. It continues to be incredibly difficult for us on the incident and everybody that's involved. We appreciate the professionalism of the responders working this operation and the patience and support everyone has shown. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to our Governor, Bob Ferguson.
All right, so I said I was going to just try to get you more information. So I was going to skip the governor and the representative and go to the Q&A. Are people okay with that? Because I'm just trying to focus on the more informational parts. Is that okay with people? Let's see what people say in the chat. Longview Fire Department, you can go get the full press conference at their social media on Facebook. All right, so I'll go forward. Remember, this was a packaging plant where they the chemical was called white liquor in the tank, and there were hundreds of thousands of gallons of it in the tank, and there was some kind of catastrophic failure at the tank. Last night, they said they weren't sure exactly about the nature of what happened with the tank. And that chemical is very caustic, they said last night, and they said it's used, and also I've been reporting and online says it's used in the paper manufacturing process. Okay, so let's go to, this was a paper mill. This was at a paper mill. It's called the Nippon Dynawave Paper Mill is where this happened. Okay, now hold on a second here. Let me go and just get you to the Q&A part so you can hear the questions and answers. All right, hold on. I think it's right here. I think it's right here. Let's see.
And the safety and security of our land and our families and our community as we endure an unthinkable tragedy. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Goldstein and Amos.
In opposite fashion to how we operated yesterday, we're going to operate questions from our left towards the right. Please identify your agency and your question. We will attempt to answer it and provide your response.
Can you talk a bit more about what the water quality is found? I've heard contamination of Columbia and dead fish.
the question was about water quality and water contamination. They did say earlier in the press conference here that some contamination had gone into the Columbia River, I think they said, but they didn't have specifics on that.
So the question was talk about water quality, contamination in the public, and information about dead fish. So outlined in what we provided was there was a release at the early part of the incident from the site to the Columbia River. Additional information is being worked to classify or quantify that. As we developed our incident today, we created an environmental group which is being headed by City Public Works, which has all of our environmental agencies, meaning Ecology, EPA, Diking District, Public Works, and the other support agencies. Those folks have been made aware of that question and that concern and those reports in the dikes. We have what we stated a moment ago, that concern and that remaining statement for all folks along Industrial and then up the dike along Prudential and towards Memorial. Stay out of those areas. A key part of our activity this morning was the development of a plan to treat and to address the concerns of that remaining water in the ditches. I want to state what was provided by the Diking District team. They turned off their pumps at roughly 8 a.m. yesterday morning at the request of the site personnel here when the incident started. So those pumps from the Diking District have not been moving that material out of the dikes and further on. Bear with me. Okay?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Kevin Haskins with KGW News. What happens with the 25,000 gallons that you guys think is still in the tank? And is anything on the ground hindering efforts to get closer? Do you guys see anything with the naked eye or through the drones of any recoveries that are there that you just can't get to?
All right, I'm going to paraphrase your question for everybody else. It's a question about the remaining product in the tank and the concerns of that, as well as what do we see pertaining to the recovery of the plant staff. The remaining roughly 25,000 gallons is contained in the tank, is leaking slowly out of the tank, slower this morning than it was yesterday evening, and that has reduced our concern of the leak of or the quantity of that tank. We believe, and our information provides us, that the amount of material in the tank remains on the opposite side of the tank from where the leak is. So that is what gives us a factor of safety that we were able to operate today with folks in appropriate chemical protective equipment in that area. We did have folks from the Fire and Rescue Hazmat as well as the National Guard folks in that area making continued assessment. We have identified that we will be seeking some additional capabilities to assist us in the recovery and a couple additional steps to ensure the safety of our folks. We will be working that as soon as we're leaving this press conference and continuing forward. I have the assurance, and I am very confident in the support provided to us from the state as well as our federal partners. If we need something, we will get it to have the resources here. Thank you. I'm going to go behind you.
Thank you. Julia Lopez with Fox 12. Going off of that, will the Chemical Safety and Hazards Board investigation impact cleanup and recovery efforts?
So the question is, will the Chemical Safety Board's actions impact the cleanup and recovery operations? I want to break that down into recovery. No. The recovery operations are primary. The Chemical Safety Board's needs will be identified, and this is the planning posture that we took yesterday afternoon. The recovery will proceed as all steps needed to engage that recovery. Then the cleanup and site recovery, because again, we're breaking recovery into our victims and the staff here, as well as then the site recovery. Then the site recovery will begin, and that will be coordinated by our environmental agencies with the Chemical Safety Board's contact.
I'm Brandon Cairo 7. L&I posted about 2 inspections related to complaints yesterday. Are there any other inspections that you are aware of? What kind of records are you all looking into with that?
So I don't believe there's anybody. You're here? Would you like to?
Joel Sachs. Last name's S-A-C-K-S. I'm the director of the Department of Labor and Industries. And first, on behalf of everyone in the agency, we want to express our condolences to everyone who lost someone in the tragedy. There are a number of open inspections. I can't speak to them today. They will all, once they are concluded, we will be able to release the information. We will also be conducting an investigation on the incident that occurred on Tuesday.
Corwin Hake, Cairo News Radio, and Chief, I want to just plainly ask something that may have been answered in various ways already, but we've heard that this was a tank that contained or had a capacity of 900,000 gallons, and that now there are about 25,000 gallons left. What bluntly has happened to the other 875,000 gallons that may have been in that tank?
So, great question, and I appreciate it, because yes, we've talked about it in different pieces, but I'll try to bring that all back together in one point. 900,000 gallon capacity. It was believed to be roughly 60% full at the time, so I'm going to say 600,000 gallons. When I stood here last evening and told you that there was roughly 90,000 gallons remaining, that was based upon our visual assessment on pictures that were taken at roughly 11 a.m. and the amount of sidewall of the tank that was still visible. Presuming the sidewall of the tank, roughly 10% of that tank, was still standing, thus 90,000 gallons. Okay. Indeed, that talks about 500,000 gallons of product. And yes, we have utilized the figure that roughly 500,000 gallons of product left that tank from the time of the incident beginning till yesterday afternoon when we thought 90,000 gallons remained. Okay. Now, today, last night and this morning, we're doing our assessment, looking at that leak, and we identified now roughly, conservatively, 25,000 gallons. So you would articulate and be fair to say that roughly 570,000 gallons of product left the tank. The specifics of that will come as the root cause and the root factors are determined in the future. But that's how we did our math, and that's how we did our risk calculations based upon what we knew, what was known, and what we saw. Is that helpful, sir?
Based on that, you're confident that there remains no risk to the community from the spill?
The product that is left has been engaged on the facility as well as the components that we talked about with high pH levels in the components of the dikes across the street. Air monitoring has been established, and there is no air or community-based risk. And I said earlier, there's no risk to the Longview City water supply. Okay? Thank you very much.
And Beaver, K2 News. Can you clarify what parts of the Columbia River people should stay away from? I know you listed industrial and several streets like that. And also, how did people go missing, and what are emergency responders doing to keep themselves safe and to also recover those people?
Okay. Question was areas of the Columbia River. Question was how did people go missing, and what are emergency responders doing to keep themselves safe? The component of the Columbia River is one that the Coast Guard has been here from the beginning with us, as well as our ecology and environmental protection team. They are working those informations, but they have not provided anything to the Unified Command about concerns in the Columbia to avoid and areas to stay away. Okay?
So people should avoid it generally.
I don't have that information to share with you, ma'am. I don't. I would tell you if I did.
The areas that they're speaking of to stay away from currently now are to the north in the industrial way from Washington Way to Prudential. Those are the parameters that we set to stay away from those.
And those are the dikes, the ditches, that are part of the diking district number 5, where signage was put up. Now you asked part 2 was related to how are responders keeping, part 2 was about how did the people go missing. This was roughly 7:15 in the morning. This was a shift change time. Shift change occurs at 7 a.m. So there were people in this area. This was an administrative workspace. This was a break room space. There were operational spaces. So I would not say how they went missing. They were operating and they were in their workspaces when this blast occurred. Okay? We had both 9 people injured and transported from the property, as well as the 9 unaccounted for. And then last question to your point, how do the responders keep themselves safe? I've outlined that it's chemical protective equipment, the right safety gear. We have what we need. We do not have a need, or we do not have a lack of equipment for that perspective. I want to be clear with that. And then additionally, we talk about air monitoring, water monitoring, liquid sampling of our folks and what we're engaged with on site, and the emotional and the behavioral health of our staff. That is a full spectrum that we're supporting from there.
Brian would speak on the Columbia River.
Okay. Mr. Brian, would you like to expand the question?
Yeah, if I could. My name is Brian Wood, Brianwood, Director of Support Services for Nippon Dynawave Packaging. Our records show that our continuous monitoring for pH on our outfalls that go to the Columbia River showed spikes of high pH material at roughly the initial incident at 7:15 in the morning, and then approximately 2 or 3 hours later, there were 2 spikes of high pH material that went from our plant site to the Columbia River. That information was reported to Ecology as required by our permit. You've also heard discussions about the material that transited our site via the storm drains, went to our north ditch along 432, and then from there went over to the Consolidated Diking Improvement District ditch. We are working with the Diking District, and we are working with Ecology and EPA to address the issue over there, which will be a matter likely of elementary neutralization. Heard a question earlier about fish. The report we have is that some of the carp that reside in that ditch were affected by that high pH material.
Thank you, Brian.
If I may, on behalf of NDP, and not to horn in on you, Chief,
perfect.
I appreciate
Please,
you being here. On behalf of NDP, these are our people. We are focused on our people. We are focused on helping our responders find and recover those people. That is our focus today. We are profoundly grateful for the people behind me, for the responders and what they've done with us and for us, and we are profoundly grateful for the assistance and the cooperation of the Association of Western Pulp and Paper Workers. They have been outstanding in their support to their members and their support to us. Finally, we will cooperate to the maximum extent that we can with the investigation. It is our duty and our obligation to do so. We look forward to a full and complete investigation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brian, for that information. Indeed, we want to get the questions. I'm going to continue around. My goal is to be able to accomplish this in the 10 more minutes. So, go ahead, sir.
Right, with K2, can either of you just detail the recovery effort as best you can, and perhaps a timeline for the families and the community, what they should expect the recovery effort to victims?
So the question is, detail the recovery efforts as best as we can and provide a timeline to that. I'm going to outline that this was a blast. We've used the word explosion. We've used the word implosion. I've also used the word failure. Indeed, there was a rupture, a failure, a blast. All of those to us mean the same. It's not why it happened. It's the damage that we observed. Okay? Vehicles are damaged. Buildings are damaged. Mechanical equipment is damaged, collapsed, and failed. So that is what we see in the environmental area there, part of which was one of the pictures we released yesterday afternoon. As we go through that, we have structural concerns. We talked about those yesterday, that those were identified, addressed, and have been limited or mitigated. We still have the concerns of the workers and where they're at, how we can access that. The other component is, and I outlined earlier, waist deep to chest deep water. Our teams this morning have observed that water being lower today than it was when they were in there yesterday. And we do have plans, and we will engage plans at the appropriate time to continue to pump that water out so that we have access to all of those areas. Otherwise, I can't provide you a timeline. Chief Amos was out there running the operations today in what we called the courtyard group, and our focus is to receive all 9 and bring them back. We will do that as expeditiously as we can, and when we're done, we will provide that information.
Stephen Hogan, Candia, non-supplemental. I have a question for Governor Ferguson. Governor, you talked about attending the vigil last night, a couple hundred people, also with first responders there as well. What are some of the stories that you took away from the community members that talked about?
Oh, so the question for folks here is about the vigil last night and kind of what was my takeaway from that conversations. I think what I would say is, and many folks here were obviously there last night, is the scale and scope of the tragedy. I think I mentioned, this is certainly to be the deadliest industrial tragedy in modern state history. Anytime you're talking about something of that scale and scope, the impacts are profound. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to who I work with who have some connection to somebody who lost their life here. And obviously for folks who live here and this is their home, it's, in a moment like that, it's hard to capture the emotions which run pretty deep. That said, I felt what I referred to earlier, of resiliency there, of folks coming together, regardless of background differences. That was certainly something I heard from just about everybody I spoke to is that sentiment as well. So I think that's the best I can to put that into words for that question. Thank you.
All right. Joey Bachman with Point 6. You mentioned the break room, you mentioned the shift change. Are you able to give more context as to where the people that are still unaccounted for were in relation to the tank when it ruptured? And also, was this captured on any on-site surveillance camera? And if so, will that be released at any point?
The question is in relation to the identification of a break room and the maintenance area and the staff area, where were the folks there and in relation to the blast? That is information that has been collected and is part of our amassing our plan. It is one that still is developing. Some of our information has come from some of the co-workers that have been transported, but that is, again, the natural work space for these staff, and that's where they were at that shift time. And I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Was this captured on any on-site surveillance, and will that be released?
Thank you, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
No, there was no. The complex has a very robust video system, but this was not captured as we are aware of on any recorded video information at this time. Okay.
Hi, Joe Sullivan with the Seattle Times. A two-part question. Number one, to clarify, the 9 unaccounted for, do you know their locations in the site, and what additional equipment will you need to go retrieve them? The second part of the question is, I know there was some talk last night about some PPE that failed on your officers or was damaged as they were coming out. We also heard reports that a hospital may have gotten contaminated by the waste because they weren't prepared for properly. Did the PPE you have, was it up to the job for an accident of this magnitude?
So it's a two-part question. I'll take the first part. Matt, take the PPE part. We do not know where all 9 are. Through accountability with the Nippon staff, we know 9 individuals are missing. We have searched the area that is searchable. We do not have the ability to state that we have located all 9, nor the ability to state where those 9 were, as I had in one of my prior questions. Information that we still work through. Matt?
Yeah, as far as regarding PPE, our initial responders in the structural firefighting gear that we wear, the only issues that we experienced was some damage to our boots. We have impacts to our firefighting equipment, but we have local resources that are actually coming to our sites, to our fire departments, to collect those sets of PPE to be either decontaminated after we decontaminated them on site as best we could, and they will do professional testing and inspections on those to see if they meet the needs. But we've also been working with our local vendors to replenish those supplies. So as far as catastrophic failures, we haven't had any catastrophic failures of our equipment, just normal impacts we would have to our lower protective equipment for hazardous materials. It's okay for us to do some rescue operations in them. And then when we transition to our recovery and our hazmat entries, we have the equipment, our Class B suits and SCBAs that we feel appropriate to enter that scene to at least do reconnaissance missions. But we do run into some industrial hazards that for any level of equipment wouldn't be safe.
I'm going to cut in now. Al Jazeera is reporting, and Al Arabiya are reporting sirens in Kuwait. Al Jazeera says sound of air raid sirens in Kuwait. A couple of our viewers mentioned that the last couple of minutes. I hadn't seen it reported. So I've seen a couple reports. Al Jazeera and also Al Arabiya reported about 6-7 minutes ago that there were air raid sirens in Kuwait. It's interesting. I didn't see it from Kuwaiti media. Actually, Al Jazeera said it about 4 minutes ago. So let me check up on that. Let me just check and see if I can find any more information on that. It's weird because I wasn't seeing it in any of the Middle Eastern news sources previously, and I just saw it last few minutes. Al Arabiya posted it too. Al Arabiya correspondent, air raid sirens are blaring in Kuwait. So reports of air raid sirens in Kuwait. Maybe there's an incoming drone or something, or maybe it's a false alarm. I don't know. We'll have to see. I am looking for updates here. Again, I haven't seen it from the Kuwaiti outlets I follow, just some of these Middle Eastern news outlets, sirens. Some of these Middle Eastern news outlets are reporting it. So I'll see what else we hear. Let me pull up a couple things here. Al God TV says the same thing. So a number of Middle Eastern outlets, a number of Middle Eastern news outlets are saying sirens in Kuwait, air raid sirens in Kuwait. Oh, Vahid Online, who posts reports from the Middle East, said he heard a report of air defense and almost 2 explosions. Maybe there was a drone fired or something. I don't know. Faytux News posted a screenshot of it too. But again, several Middle Eastern outlets have said that there are sirens. I don't have anything yet from the Kuwaiti accounts that I normally see post about it. Well, we'll see what we hear. I don't have an update for you yet. I mean, it could end up being a false alarm. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But again, Vahid Online seemed to suggest, said he got a report that there was, I think he said air defense in the area. Hang on. Vahid Online said, got a report from Kuwait that there was an alert on phones, there was an alarm sounded. Kuwait media has not said what this is for, and said, got a report, Vahid Online got a report from Kuwait saying there was air defense and 2 explosions heard. So as soon as I have any more information on this, I'll let you know. I'm looking for it right now. The time in Kuwait is 5:37 a.m. Our viewer, Lujane Al-Baghli, who I think is from Kuwait, although I don't know if she's there now, she says that on WhatsApp, the Kuwait Center for Government Communications sends notifications when sirens are activated, and they were activated a few minutes ago. She said there was the sound of an explosion. But I don't know if she's there now. Okay, so Lou Jane, our viewer, thanks Lou Jane. She said her family is in Kuwait and that they got an alert. Alert was sent out by the government for alert about sirens, and said there was an explosion heard as well. And she got a phone alert as well. She did. She's from Kuwait, but she's in, I believe, the U.S. now. Hang on. Still waiting to get more information. And then OSINT Technical said there was a video posted where someone claimed that they saw an air defense engagement over Al Jarrah, Kuwait. I'll post a link to OSINT Technical's post. So again, possibly some sort of air defense firing in Kuwait. I don't know if it's going to turn out that it was a... Oh, here, hold on. I have it right here. I have the official post from Kuwait. Hang on. I'm going to show you right now. Wait, let me show you right now. I have it right here, but I need a second to get it on the screen. Give me one moment. I'm going to get it. Kuwait government just posted about it. Here it is. Oops, hold on. I have too much on the screen right now, so you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. So there's that, and that. Here, look. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. The General Staff of the Army, this is the standard alert they send out. The General Staff of the Army notes that any explosion sounds heard are the result of air defense systems intercepting hostile attacks. Everyone is requested to adhere to the security and safety instructions issued by the relevant authorities. Hang on a second here. So again, Kuwait says that their air defenses are active. We don't know what specifically is going on. There's a report of 1 or 2 explosions, a report maybe of something getting shot out of the sky. It could turn out that it's a false alarm too, so we'll have to just see. All right, I'm trying to get you more information here. I believe there have been some times during the ceasefire. I believe there have been some times when other countries, I mean, at some point, didn't Iran launch some drones at the UAE weeks ago, if I remember correctly? Oh, hang on a moment here. Give me a second. Okay, so Osin Technical pointed this out. Vahid Online, who I follow on Telegram, says, I'm receiving messages and images saying a missile was fired from Iran around 5:50 and an explosion was heard. from Khuzestan province. So again, Vahid Online said he had gotten reports from people in Iran claiming a missile was fired just before the explosion in Kuwait, or before the sirens in Kuwait. So maybe there was a missile fired from Iran. I don't know that. Austin Batman says could be rogue Iranian missile battery. Remember, in the last 3 days, Monday and Wednesday, the U.S. has launched what it called defensive strikes in Iran. On Monday, they said, remember, that they targeted missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to place mines. And then today, the U.S. U.S. military said they shot down 4 Iranian attack drones and hit a site on land from which another drone was going to be launched. Again, it's definitely true that Kuwait says their air defense is active. Oh, hold on a second here. I have an updated post from FARS media, state media, about what happened last night. Okay, so this is a new account of what happened overnight by Iran's FARS state media, which is close to Revolutionary Guard. I'm going to show you guys that. So here is what Iranian state media just posted about a minute ago about what happened several hours ago. You can see it says, the incident of last night's clash in eastern Hormozgan province, exchange of fire between Iran and the U.S. They say news sources told FARS, which is Iranian state media close to the Revolutionary Guard, that the sounds of explosions heard last morning in eastern, a few hours ago in eastern Hormozgan and around the Strait of Hormuz were the result of an exchange of fire between the armed forces of Iran and American forces and the activation of defenses. According to the report, several American vessels, they claim, attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz without proper coordination, but were met with a timely and decisive response from Iranian naval forces. Iran had previously warned that any passage through this strategic waterway would require coordination with Iranian authorities. After encountering Iranian forces, the vessels were forced to retreat in return. Following this action, the Americans fired at a military base and officially admitted in a statement to violating our country's territory. However, the U.S. military immediately announced it did not consider this exchange a violation of the current ceasefire. It is worth noting that at the time of the writing of this news, exact details of the extent of the possible damage have not been announced by official sources. In the past 2 days, scattered clashes have been reported in the waters of the Persian Gulf following the adventures of the U.S. military. That is what Iran is claiming happened. Well, not Iran, the country. That is what an Iranian state media outlet that's affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard is claiming happened. Okay, so we have that. But let me get back to Kuwait for a second and see if we can get more details about what's going on there. Meanwhile, reportedly, Israeli strikes have hit a building in Tyre, Lebanon, which I believe they had told people they were to. I think Israel had given a warning there. Israel is carrying out a bunch of strikes against Hezbollah the last few days, I believe, in Lebanon, after they said they were going to increase the strikes on Hezbollah. All right, give me a moment. I got to check a couple things here. One moment. So again, it's unclear what happened. There's some unconfirmed reporting suggesting that Iran may have fired a missile at Kuwait, but it's just not clear right now what happened, and I don't have any kind of confirmation on this. So I am going to, hold on a second here. I am going to try to find more information here. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the IDF says it has launched a wave of airstrikes on Hezbollah sites in the coastal Lebanese city of Tyre. Yesterday, they had issued an evacuation warning for the area. Just so you know. Oh, I can see it right here. Yeah, IDF says, the Israeli Defense Force says, the IDF has begun striking Hezbollah infrastructure in the Lebanese area of Tyre. Still have no official update on what is happening in Kuwait. Was there a missile that was fired there? I am Checking for updates right now. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Yeah, Iran, back on during the ceasefire a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, in early May, the UAE reported that there were 12 missiles, 3 cruise missiles, 12 ballistic, 15 missiles and 4 drones launched from Iran in early May on a single day. I remember that. So again, it's not unprecedented for some attack to be launched by Iran on a Middle Eastern country during the ceasefire. Somebody also mentioned Flight Radar. I want to check that quickly. Here's flightradar24.com. What is this? Flight Radar 24. If we go to Kuwait, that's the #1 tracked plane worldwide. It's supposed to be landing at Kuwait City. I think it did land. That looks like it did land in Kuwait City. But I mean, these. For all I know, I mean, we heard about these sirens going off. What was it, about 20 minutes ago? Yeah, the reports of sirens came out over 20 minutes. When were they from? Maybe even half an hour ago. Yeah, about a half an hour ago. So for all you know, I mean, whatever happened might have already happened. Now let me also look here at oil. So there is, okay, so I can say to you that oil seems to have gone up a bit in recent minutes. This is, that was, well, yeah, that was about a half hour ago. So since these reports have come out from Kuwait of the sirens going off, looks like oil went up about $1, Brent crude, from about 93.4 to 94.5 or so. That's in the last half hour. And then similarly with WTI US crude, you can see there going from roughly up about $1 to 90 to about from roughly 90 to 91 over the last half hour or so. That's from tradingview.com. Yeah, I already mentioned the strikes in Lebanon. As I mentioned, the U.S. warned they were going to carry out, Israel warned yesterday they were going to carry out some strikes in entire Lebanon. And as I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, they said they were carrying out strikes on Hezbollah in entire Lebanon. Israel has been carrying out strikes in Lebanon on Hezbollah for weeks now, almost every day, if not every day. I don't know exactly. And they said several days ago they were going to increase their strikes in Lebanon on Hezbollah. Yeah, again, I don't have any confirmation of what happened. I'm not hearing reports of more explosions. Heard report of a couple of explosions. There's a photo going around claiming to show some sort of maybe explosive aftermath in the sky there, but that's from like 20, 25 minutes ago. I'm not hearing any reports in the last 20 minutes of new explosions. It seems like possibly something was fired at Kuwait about a half hour ago. I don't have anything more from that. We'll have to wait and see if there's an official announcement from Kuwait about this. People keep asking for cameras. I am not hiding cameras from you. If I have cameras that I can show you, showing what's going on, I will show it to you. I do not have lots and lots of cameras that I just have waiting here. There are many places where cameras are not available from, and I have to have the rights to show them to you. For some reason today, I'm getting a lot of requests about cameras I don't have. So again, I can't steal everything on the internet. I can only steal what I have the rights to, what I pay for. Unless it's publicly available for free, but most of it is what I'm paid for. And many locations do not have cameras available to me. Thank you, Jermaine Morgan, for being a member on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Ron Hicks, thanks for your support on YouTube. Ron Hicks, really appreciate that. Jennifer Smith, thanks for being a member. Sydney91, thanks for being a member. CAC13 as well. And Jen Exer, thanks for your support. Jen Exer says, none of this is America first, no new wars, ? Thanks also Lowenado on Twitch, Fluffy Maddie on Twitch, RJ603 on Twitch, Paper City Gamer on Twitch, DeBears for subscribing on Twitch, Cece for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. I have no update right now from Kuwait. Again, it seems like there was some sort of incident about a half hour ago. But we don't know more yet. Oh, I'm sorry. The poll from before is still up on YouTube. I never ended the poll. I thought I ended the poll. Sorry about that. But as I said, I'm not hearing any new reports about explosions in Kuwait or anything, so we are waiting to find out what happened there. Was there a missile launch launched at Kuwait? The IDF announced another. I feel like every couple days there's been some announcements like this. Manny Fabian says the IDF announced that a IDF soldier was killed and 2 reservists wounded in a Hezbollah explosive drone attack in northern Israel yesterday. Yeah, there have been a number of drone attacks that have killed and injured Israeli troops in Lebanon. So again, Manny, do I have the announcement here? Manny Fabian says the Israeli military announced that an IDF soldier was killed and 2 reservists were wounded in a Hezbollah explosive drone attack. And this was northern Israel. This actually was northern Israel, close to the border with Lebanon. And this happened yesterday. 2 drones launched by Hezbollah exploded in a military zone on the border during the attack. One of the drones killed a soldier as she was running to a shelter. The drones had triggered sirens in the area, but they were not intercepted. If you're just joining us, about maybe 35, 40 minutes ago, there were sirens in Kuwait. And they said air defense was confronting missiles and drones. Now, I don't know if it was one or more, but haven't heard anything updated about that from them, from anyone. So reports of possibly a missile that was shot down. Possibly. Oil continues to go up after this report from Kuwait. It's gone up from about 93.60 to 94.72 in the last half hour or so. That's Brent crude. From TradingView. TradingView.com. Oh, there was a drone alert about 12 minutes ago in, I guess that was northern Israel. But that incident is over. I think it was northern Israel. Yeah, it was northern Israel. Actually, I think it was a drone and rocket alert in northern Israel. That was about, again, 15 minutes ago. You can see there from so far, alert, red alert. But that's over right now. Still no update from Kuwait. No update from Kuwait. What happened? Iran state media claims that they targeted a U.S. airbase. And they said they did this about 2 hours ago. This is kind of odd. Let me show you this. Look at this. This is new. This is new. I'm going to get this on the screen for you. Iran state media Tasnim claims that Iran targeted the American airbase from which the U.S. strikes hours ago on Bandar Abbas on Iran originated. They say they targeted the base with aerial projectiles roughly 2 hours ago. They say it's a warning, a serious warning. All right, hang on. So let me show you this from Tasnim. This is new. New from Tasnim. Okay, here is what Iran state media says. No, this is not Kuwait. This is not Kuwait. Again, this is Iran saying that they targeted an American airbase from which the U.S. strikes against Iran originated hours ago. And they said they did that about 2 hours ago. This is not the Kuwait, whatever happened in Kuwait. This is different. So Tasnim says IRGC targets an American airbase. This is what they're claiming. I don't know if this actually happened. Following the American aggressor army's attack at dawn today on a point on the outskirts of Bandar Abbas Airport with aerial projectiles, the American airbase, as the origin of the attack, was targeted at 4:50 a.m., which is about 2 hours ago. IRGC Public Relations issued a statement. And wherever this base is, it's not the Kuwait thing we're talking about, because the Kuwait air defenses were activated like 45 minutes ago. This says 2 hours ago. So wherever's going on in Kuwait now, that's not this, because this says about 2 hours ago. They say, in the name of God, the divider of the mighty, the divider of the mighty. So whoever has wronged you, then you do wrong to him in the same way he has wronged you. Following the U.S. military's attack on a point on the outskirts of Bandar Abbas Airport at dawn today, the U.S. airbase from which the attack originated was targeted with aerial projectiles at 4:50 a.m., about 2 hours ago. This response is a serious warning so that the enemy knows that aggression will not go unanswered, and if it is repeated, our response will be more decisive. Responsibility for the consequences lies with the aggressor. Victory comes only from God, the Almighty, the Wise. Again, I don't know if they really did this. This is what they said they're doing. This is state media Tasnim. Okay, so that was just posted a few minutes ago. Okay, so give me a moment here. Oh, look at this plane. This plane appears to have turned around. Some of our viewers, plane to Kuwait appears to have turned around. See this right here, guys? It was heading to Kuwait City, Kuwait Airways. Oopsie, hold on. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to screen grab this. Plane to Kuwait appears to have turned around. Thanks for mentioning it in the chat. Now, there's no confirmation from the U.S. that Iran launched projectiles at a U.S. base. Remember, the U.S. said that hours ago it shot down 4 Iranian attack drones and attacked a site in Bandar Abbas from which another drone was going to be launched. And then Iran said that they had fired at because one or more ships was trying to cross the strait without Iranian permission. And then a few minutes ago, Iran said that a couple hours ago, it fired projectiles at the U.S. base from which the strikes on Iran were carried out. I haven't heard any kind of statement from the U.S. about that. Hey, maybe here's this plane that was going to Kuwait City and it turned around. No update from Kuwait about what happened with the air defenses. Here is oil. Oh, oil is going up still. So oil was at about an hour ago or so, it was at 93, roughly 93.50. And now it's at 95.31. Since this news came out about the Kuwait sirens and everything else in the last hour or so. Same with, similarly with WTI, U.S. oil. That was at about, about 90, and now it's at 91.68 over the last hour or so. Now, did the plate turn around? The plane, we don't know if it's going back or if it's circling. We'll have to see. This is this plane that was heading towards Kuwait and turned around. Now, these helicopters, I don't know if these might just generally be flying here. There were Saudi Aramco helicopters. That's private owner, but I don't know those could be out there normally. I'm not sure. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on this plane. Hang on one second here. CBS News is reporting that 4 people were shot to death in a home in a North Hills neighborhood in Los Angeles Wednesday night, and it is unclear. We don't know what happened. Intel Point Alert mentioned that. I don't know. If I hear more, I'll let you know. Not good. We'll see if the U.S. releases any kind of statement on Iran claiming they targeted a U.S. airbase a couple hours ago. I have not heard any kind of. Iran said they did it as a warning. I have not heard any kind of confirmation from Iran on that. From the U.S. on that. Keep an eye on the oil price too. Went up a bit during the last hour or so. Now it's a bit off its high. That's WTI. Here's Brent crude. Is the war back, says Who Dat Central. I don't know. Officially, there's still a ceasefire. Hey, thanks to Sasiad from Poland for your support. Thank you. Still no official update from Kuwait. Oh, Bitcoin is under, hold on a second here. What Bitcoin? Bitcoin is under 74,000. I don't know if it's related to this, but let's take a look at Bitcoin from TradingView. Here is the one-day chart for Bitcoin. It's now at 70. That shows the last, it's about the last 4 hours or so, it looks like. It is now at 70. It's falling 73,656. You can see that's the 1 month chart right there. That's a 1 month chart. You can see it was above 80. Even, I mean, that's above 80 on May 14th. That's May 14th right there. So the last 2 weeks, it's gone from 81,400 roughly to this. But you can see there, again, I don't know why. That's the last few hours. That is from tradingview.com. Oops. Here again is what the Iranian state media said about claiming to have attacked. Oh, heck, before I do that, let me check something else here. Again, here again is what the Iranian state media is reporting, claiming that Iran has attacked a U.S. base in retaliation for the U.S. strikes today. Following the U.S. military's attack on a point on the outskirts of Bandar Abbas Airport at dawn today, the U.S. airbase from which the attack originated was targeted with aerial projectiles at 4:50 a.m., which is about 2 hours ago. This response is a serious warning so that the enemy knows that aggression will not go unanswered, and if it is repeated, the response will be more decisive. Responsibility for the consequences lies with the aggressor. Oops, hold on a moment here. Hang on. I'm not showing a one of the viewers said, "Is there a Beirut cam?" I'm not showing the Beirut cam because there's no threat from Israel to hit Beirut. I haven't heard any reports that any kind of strikes are imminent in Beirut. So I only show the Beirut cam when I think there's some significant chance of some kind of activity happening there, and there's none of that happening right now. If I hear otherwise, I'll put it on the air. What is this? We still don't know why the sirens were going off exactly in Kuwait. Was there a missile that was launched against Kuwait? It has not been confirmed. No confirmation from Kuwait on that. PW360 is wondering if Kuwait will strike Iran following Saudi and UAE. Well, there were some media reports, I believe, that claimed that, I want to say weeks and weeks ago, the Saudis and UAE had launched strikes against Iran. I don't know that Saudi and the UAE ever confirms they did. And that was also weeks and weeks ago. So, I mean, I have a hard time thinking that Kuwait's going to take, and again, there was reasons that they don't want to, if they did, they don't want to publicly say it. So I have a hard time that thinking if there was one missile fired at Kuwait that they're going to carry out some operation against Iran. given so much that has been fired at them so far. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, for example, the Wall Street Journal back on May 11th claimed that the UAE had carried out some military strikes on Iran, but they had not been publicly acknowledged. And that was in early April, they said. And the New York Times in May 14th claimed that Saudi Arabia and the UAE had carried out strikes on Iran in retaliation for attacks conducted against them during the war. But also, again, it said that neither of the countries publicly acknowledged it. Reuters reported it as well. Then Reuters said that the Saudi attacks were in late March. So again, I find it hard to believe if there was one missile fired at Kuwait, they'll carry out some attack on Iran at this point, but who knows? Thanks for writing in to our viewer, PW360. Oh, looks like the flight is now going now the flight is going towards Kuwait City again, going to Kuwait again. Hold on. Look. Oops, you can't see. You can't see. There, now you can see. Update. Flight going towards Kuwait again. When did it turn? Why can't I do this? I have to look this up. Oh, I see. Hold on a second here. I know what I can do. So it turned this plane. Can I do this here? There's some way I can do this. Playback. That's what I want. On Flight Radar 24. Yeah, so I just want to show you, when did it actually turn? It started turning around, yeah, like an hour and a half ago or so. Again, looks like around the time when we heard about the sirens. Oh, was I not signed in? I should be signed in. What is this? Somehow I'm not signed in. I think I was. I'll sign in again. Okay, I'm signed back in to Flight Radar 24. No updates from Kuwait yet about what happened there. Hey, look, here's a little summary, by the way. I was talking about this earlier. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says they targeted U.S. airbase after a strike near Bandar Abbas. Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they targeted a U.S. airbase about 2.5 hours ago after what they described as an early morning U.S. attack near Bandar Abbas airport. The IRGC did not say where the U.S. base is. They warned any repeat of what they called aggression would draw a more decisive response and said responsibility for the consequences lay with the aggressor. Oh, thanks so much, Kurt Hensley. Kurt, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate that, Kurt Hensley. Thanks for your support. Also, Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Again, two exchanges of fire. Two apparent exchanges of fire. Two definite. The U.S. has twice attacked Iran in the last 3 days and said it was defensive in nature. Monday and today. Monday and today. Bitcoin continues to go down, by the way. I don't know if it's related to this or not, but if you look here, we're at Bitcoin 73,300. This is the last 4 hours. This is, that's 1 week. Why is the day? Can I adjust this or not? No. That's not what I want. I'm going to leave this up there. Anyways, 73,300. That was from TradingView. Yeah, I know about the full chart. It's just a little harder to display, so I would just leave it like that for now. Looks like this plane is landing in Kuwait, by the way, after circling around. Just about to land right now. There it is. The plane that had circled around is landing right now in Kuwait City. See? Just landed. That's on Flight Radar 24. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to make some food. I'm going to have to eat something. I can keep the stream going, but I have to eat something. I'm going to have to make some food shortly. I would like to have some kind of official statement about what happened in Kuwait. Nothing yet. Yeah, I'm going to take about 5 minutes, I think, and put some food in the air fryer. I think that's what I'm going to do. It's weird. It's it's about midnight U.S. time, so I don't know. I mean, we have this weird situation where there was sirens in Kuwait, possible missile fire. That was like an hour ago, and I haven't heard an update. We had this exchange, seemingly this exchange of fire, seemingly between the U.S. and Iran. Iran says it attacked a U.S. base as a warning, but I don't know that we'll be hearing there'll be any more fighting in the coming hours there. So I just don't know. But might as well stay on the air for a little bit to just see what we hear. I don't know what we're going to hear. So what I'll do is at least put the food in. Iran time 7:19 a.m. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Steve is going to come back in 5 minutes. Hold on a second here. That's not what I wanted to say. Steve will be back in 5 minutes. And we'll see what else we hear. Okay, so give me about 5 minutes. And I'm coming right back. And we'll keep you posted. All right, thanks for your patience. Let me see if anything came out while I was putting my food into the air fryer. Oh, hold on. Don't see anything there. So we initially came on the air several hours ago when the U.S. CENTCOM, when U.S. military told multiple media outlets that it had shot down 4 Iranian attack drones and attacked a site in Bandar Abbas where another drone was going to be launched from. And the U.S. said those were defensive strikes. That would be the second time in 3 days the U.S. said it carried out defensive strikes on Iran. Iran told a bit of a different story initially. Iranian state media had claimed that 1 or more ships had tried to cross the strait without Iranian approval, and that they had fired some shots, Iran had, and had deterred the ships, and then the U.S. had fired on Iran but not caused any damage. Then, about a half hour ago or so, Iranian state media said Iran, in response to the U.S. strikes, Iran said that they launched strikes on a U.S. base. They didn't say where. They said the U.S. base from where the U.S. strikes today originated from. And Iran said that was a warning. And they said if the U.S. action is repeated, Iran's response will be more decisive. Also, I want to say about 90 minutes ago now, Kuwait reported sirens and said that their air defense was engaging missiles and or drones. There were some unconfirmed reports claiming that a missile had been fired from Iran at Kuwait, but honestly, and some reports of a couple explosions in the sky in Kuwait. I don't know what happened there. We don't have confirmation from Kuwait about what happened. And I don't know, I can't confirm any of these reports about, about the U.S. saying it did this and Iran saying it did this. I can't, for example, confirm that Iran really did fire at a U.S. base. I don't know. So trying to get you some more information. Also, the U.S. didn't even, neither Monday nor today, the U.S., they didn't even post, the military talked to media outlets, but they never even posted about it on their social media. So there's been no public statement about it, which is kind of odd. Hold on a second here. So we'll see if we hear more. Hang on a moment here. By the way, shout out to our moderators. We have moderating, Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. Over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Also our Twitch mods. People like, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah. Thank you. Thanks also Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch, Ivory John for subscribing on Twitch, also Linda Belk, Larry, Misha who moderate on X, and our Facebook mods. I'm going to have to take about JS Morley, Soulfly. Okay. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. You know, we've had Kay Lowry Body over there moderating. Thank you. And Paul Anderson and others. Give me about 20 seconds. I'm coming right back in about 20 seconds. So my plan is, because I don't know, it's kind of weird. I don't really know. We might not hear anything new for hours, but we could hear something new and have new developments. So my plan is to keep the stream going while I'm eating my food and see what happens. And we'll see. Bitcoin is below 73,000. I don't know why Bitcoin's going down a bunch. I don't know if it's related to developments in the Middle East, but Bitcoin is now dropped below 73,000. I'm not a Bitcoin expert. I do want to mention it though. Watcher Guru, who I follow, who's a big account on X that covers crypto stuff, they posted Bitcoin falls under 73,000 after US and Iran launch attacks against each other. Again, I don't know if it's related. It might be. By the way, thank you to Freddie Finger. But Freddie, please obey the chat rules. Respect the chat rules, Freddie. Thanks, Pun News. Pun says reports say Cuba is tonight. Pun News, I don't know what reports you're seeing. I have seen a grand total of 0 reports saying Cuba is tonight. I'd be utterly shocked if that happened. But you never know. Thank you, Pun News, for your support. I really appreciate that. And as we showed you, oil has gone up a bit since this news came out in the last hour or so. It's the sirens in Kuwait and Iran saying that it attacked a U.S. base. It was about 93 hour and a half ago, or 2 hours ago, it was 93.61. Now it's 95.76. That's Brent crude. That's from TradingView. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But again, we have the U.S. launching strikes on Iran for the second time in 3 days, Iran claiming it attacked a U.S. base in response, and siren in Kuwait, an air defense in Kuwait, for some reason TBD. It is, I mean, it is kind of, as I said before, this ceasefire has been going on since April 8th, I think. And it's not like there's been a lot of times when we've heard about the U.S. launching strikes on Iran. It's happened twice in 3 days now. And the U.S. claims Iran has, on Monday, the U.S. claimed Iran was placing mines. Today, the U.S. claimed Iran was firing drones. Some reports said the U.S. claimed Iran fired drones at commercial shipping. So I don't know if that's really happening, but Ron Stahlcup says it's finally popping off. Well, certainly more than we're used to hearing during the ceasefire. Bradley sent me an article from Politico where they had an article today saying that the Pentagon has spent months positioning the troops and weapons needed for the U.S. to launch a military attack on Cuba. All it needs is a final go-ahead from Donald Trump. That doesn't, thanks for that, but that doesn't change my view. I have not heard a single report that claims that some sort of U.S. military attack on Cuba is imminent. If I do, I will let you know. But I have not heard a single report claiming it's about to happen. That article doesn't say it does either. But yeah, well, I mean, I'm very interested in seeing that and seeing what happens. Thank you, Bradley, for sending in the article. Now, maybe there's just some big surprise that's going to happen with Cuba. I personally would be pretty shocked if there was some military intervention in Cuba while this Iran thing is going on, but you never know. All right, so what I'm going to have to do in a second is I'm going to have to go eat. But I'm leaving the chat going. I'm leaving the stream going. While I'm eating, if something huge happens, well, I'll just come back in here. I'll stop eating and come back in here. Otherwise, I will eat and then come back in here. If you're wondering about stock futures, is the market open? Yeah, it looks like it is, isn't it? I'm looking right here at bar chart. Barchart.com. It looks like the S&P futures are, it's like down by like 0.3%. I'm just estimating. NASDAQ futures are down maybe 0.8%. Dow futures are down 0.2%. These are not huge numbers here, but that's what I'm seeing there. That's a 10-minute delay from barchart.com. You can check out barchart.com if you'd like. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, again, let me go eat, and I will keep an eye on things while I'm eating. But who knows? If there's some big update, I'll just run back in here. If not, I will. Oh, and by the way, ABC News 7 Los Angeles says 4 people found dead in North Hills, Los Angeles on Wednesday night in a possible murder-suicide. So that's what they're saying about that. That's not good. I was in a home in North Hills in Los Angeles, possible murder-suicide. Okay, so I'm going to put up on the screen that I am taking a meal break and will be back shortly, because that's what's happening. And I'll keep an eye on things while I am eating. I appreciate everybody being here and all of our moderators too. Thank you. And let me do that, and we'll see what happens. All right, so I'll be back shortly, and we'll continue in a little bit after I eat. Oh, and thanks to Freddy Fingers for your support. I appreciate it. And Ramen in my tum tum, thank you. And Big Dog Gaming. All right, give me a few minutes to eat, and then we'll come back. Okay, thanks for your patience. I was eating, but I was checking what was going on. I haven't seen any huge updates while I was eating. But we'll summarize what's going on. Thanks, by the way, to Stephen Briones. And ramen in my tum-tum. And everybody for tuning in and all of our moderators. So in case you missed it, quick summary of what's been going on. Let's do a quick summary of what's been going on. So we had about 5 hours ago, the U.S. said it had carried out strikes for the second time in 3 days against Iran. Iran has said that in response, it claims it attacked a U.S. base. And Kuwait, there were sirens in Kuwait like 2 hours ago. They said their air defense was attacking either incoming drones or missiles, or both. But we don't really have an update on that. So here's a little summary here. Kuwait says it faces a missile and drone attack. Again, that was like 90 minutes, 2 hours ago. As shaky ceasefire in Iran war again challenged. So as I mentioned, Kuwait said it faced a missile and drone attack Thursday as the shaky ceasefire in the Iran war was again challenged after the U.S. conducted strikes targeting Iran, and Tehran said it responded with an attack of its own, says AP. Kuwait's military made this announcement that the sirens were going on without providing details on what had been targeted. There were some claims online that maybe a missile had been launched from Iran, but we don't know. Kuwait has repeatedly come under fire from Iran and Iranian-backed Shiite militias in Iraq during the war. No one immediately claimed responsible for the attack. The announcement by Kuwait's military comes as the Middle East remains on edge over the ceasefire and ongoing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, which have not yet reopened the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier Thursday morning, U.S. officials said that the U.S. Central Command forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that posed a threat around the Strait of Hormuz, according to U.S. officials. The U.S. military also struck an Iranian ground control station in Bandar Abbas, excuse me, that was about to launch a 5th drone, the officials said. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard, via the state-run IRNA news agency, acknowledged the attack around Bandar Abbas International Airport, a dual-use airport on the Strait, and said it launched its own retaliatory attack on the airbase that launched the assault. It did not elaborate on the target and said it wasn't clear, and it wasn't clear whether the attack on Kuwait was directly related. Also, Iran said that its claimed attack on a U.S. airbase was a warning, a serious warning, so that the enemy knows that aggression will not go unanswered, and if it is repeated, our response will be more decisive. John Parsons, our viewer, heard a Patriot from a Kuwaiti base intercepted the Iranian missile. I have no idea if that's the case. I haven't seen that report. I'm not saying it's false. I don't know. But that's the second day in 3 days that the U.S. said it conducted defensive strikes on Iran. Eddie Spaghetti thinks soon it will be all-out war. And you can see Reuters says Iran and U.S. trade airstrikes after Trump dismisses report of Hormuz deal. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said today it targeted a U.S. airbase after the U.S. military carried out what a Washington official said were strikes targeting an Iranian drone operation near the Strait of Hormuz. Hours after President Trump rejected a report from Iranian state media that said he was close to a compromise deal with Tehran. The escalation in hostilities highlighted threats to the tenuous ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran that took effect in early April, dampening hopes for a peace deal and sending oil prices surging again. Oil hadn't gone up that much, but what happened is, this is the 5-day chart here. It's up 3% now in the last day, but I think that's the official trading day. Basically, so this was around the time the Kuwait sirens report came out, and roughly maybe around when Iran said it had attacked a U.S. base. Brent crude was 93.5, and it went up to 95.68. And then kind of similar there. That right there is about, that's about 2.5 hours ago. You can see WTI US crude went up from around 90 to 92.15. Oh, one of our viewers said the bond yields are up a bit. That is the 30-year bond yield, which in the last that's about 3 hours ago right there, and you can see it's gone up a bit since 3 hours ago. Same with the 10-year bond yield, probably, yeah. And Bitcoin's been dropping. I don't know if it's directly related, but you can see here, that's the last few hours right there. It's the last couple, that's the last 2 hours, basically, right in here. It's at around 73,000. Those are all from TradingView, tradingview.com. You can check out all those markets there. And let me go back here. I was just summarizing what was going on. A U.S. official told Reuters the U.S. military shot down 4 Iranian attack drones and struck a ground control station in the port city of Bandar Abbas that was about to launch a 5th drone. These actions were measured, purely defensive, and intended to maintain the ceasefire, the official said. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard said it had targeted a U.S. base in response to what it described as an early morning U.S. attack near Bandar Abbas airport. The IRGC said they targeted the U.S. airbase from which the attack on the control station near Bandar Abbas was launched. Kuwait, which does host a large U.S. base, said it was responding to missile and drone attacks without saying where the attacks were coming from. Israel, which has been fighting Iran-backed Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon, and several hours ago carried out strikes in entire Lebanon, also reported hearing sirens regarding hostile aircraft activity in northern Israel. Oil prices, having fallen more than 5% on Wednesday, rebounded after reports of the escalation in hostilities. U.S. crude futures gained more than 3%, while stocks fell and the dollar rose. So are we headed towards more escalation? Is the ceasefire at risk? That I don't know. Is there any news on Cuba? No. Some of our viewers are convinced that some kind of military attack is imminent on Cuba. I've heard a grand total of 0 reports from any sources I would consider remotely reliable saying that a military attack is imminent on Cuba. But if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Riley Ray says, is the war over yet? Just as N said, glad I bought gas yesterday. Well, I think it takes several days to go through. Also, these are not like, yesterday the article said the oil went down 5%, and then today it went up 3%. So net, that's not over 2 days, that's a fall, not a gain. Let's see here. Lion Tamer says, we don't want your shaky ceasefire. Our viewer Tio Moxley says, oil is Truth Social prices right now. A few months from now, $125 a barrel, where reality overtakes Truth Social. Thank you, Freddie Finger, who says they will crash stocks to save bonds this summer. And then something else I want to mention. I saw an interesting article while I was eating, actually. I saw an article that I wanted to mention, which was about a Strait of Hormuz. And Bloomberg was talking about some of the difficulties in figuring out what's going through the Strait of Hormuz. There's an article in Bloomberg today, if you want to read it, called Strait of Hormuz Traffic Fades to a Crawl After Supertankers Exit. And they say commercial shipping on Wednesday through the strait dwindled to only a few, mostly Iran-linked vessels. Just 2 ships were observed transiting into the Persian Gulf, while they said no ships were seen going out of the Persian Gulf on Wednesday. That came after they said 2 supertankers exited the Gulf on Tuesday. But something else interesting that they mentioned in this article is how a bunch of ships might have their transponders off. And there's interference with signals going on. They say widespread interference with signals on the industry's automatic identification system continues to cloud the picture, making independent verification of ship traffic difficult. There could be ships going through that just don't appear on the tracker, they're saying, on the public tracking. They also say that the U.S. naval presence, remember the U.S. is blockading Iran, could be distorting the observations. Iran-linked vessels that are entering or exiting the strait, through the strait, could be switching off their signals. And Bloomberg also says, because vessels can move without transmitting their location until they're well away from Hormuz, automated positioning signals, well, they say some transits may not have been detected if vessels' transponders have not been switched on after they go through the strait. Anyways, so that's just something to keep in mind. They mentioned those various reasons why ships might have their tracking off. And saying that some ships, what they do also is they say in the article, they talk about how, well, Some ships might have their tracking off while they're going through the strait, but maybe you can see them before and see them after and kind of figure out they went through. But they are saying that it's tough to keep between the interference of the signal and ships turning their signals off. It's tough to get a completely accurate picture. I believe that there's also firms. I think marine traffic does some of this. If you like subscribe at the highest level, and I think there's other tanker trackers. I think does this where they use satellites, where instead of using the tracking signals, they literally will look at satellite photos and try to capture on a satellite an actual picture with visible light of, oh, look, you can actually see in this satellite photo, you can see that ship where it is, even if it has its signal off. So that's a whole other thing. Pop Reek mentions, what's the deal with shipping in YouTube? Yeah, that's Sal Mercogliano's channel, I believe. Sal's very knowledgeable. I like Sal. I haven't watched the last couple of weeks, but that has nothing to do with Sal. It's just sometimes I get busy doing other things and don't have a chance to keep up. But yeah, Sal's very good. He's a shipping expert. Oh, I did want to mention, I said in the original title for this broadcast, depending on the platform you're on, it might still say that. I said I was covering some other stories as well. I want to mention another story really quick that I saw, which was just interesting. So a Google employee has been charged. This is from the Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office. This is Department of Justice. A Google employee has been charged with using insider Google information to make more than $1.2 million on Polymarket by betting on what search results would be like the top search results. Spagnuolo is an Italian citizen residing in Switzerland. And he has been... His name is Michele Spagnuolo. Oh, he actually was he was presented today in a New York court. So apparently he was in custody in New York. But what they say is Spagnuolo is a software engineer at Google. In connection with his role, Spagnuolo had access to Google's internal data systems, including an internal software tool that provided him with access to confidential non-public data. He used his understanding of various Google confidential... hold on a second. He created an account on Polymarket, which is a prediction marketplace, in May 2024. That account was known as Alpha Raccoon. Shortly after accessing Google's internal information, he used the Alpha Raccoon account to place trades in various markets in Polymarket from roughly October 2025 to December 2025, about 6 weeks. He risked approximately $2.7 million related on markets related to Google internal information like search results. He profited approximately $1.2 million. And then they actually have, I'll post a link to this. They have the court document in the link to. So I just posted a link to the press release. But at the bottom, if you click on this, you get the attachment, the criminal complaint. That's the criminal complaint. And where is, though, there's another document, isn't there? Hold on. No, I found it somewhere else. I thought that was it. Someone posted it. I had it before. Hold on. I want to show you something. Sorry. This is the complaint, and I have the criminal complaint. Where was the thing I had before? I'll find it. It's a different document, but I wanted to show you something from the document. But where was that document? Where was it? Oh, well, here's a little summary here. This is the kind of stuff that he bet on, reportedly. Polymarket's prediction marketplace. In or about October 2025, Polymarket began offering binary event contracts related to whether certain individuals would or would not be the most searched individuals on Google for 2025. On or about October 14th, 2025, Polymarket posted a market offering, event contracts, regarding whether any of approximately 24 individuals would or would not be the _1 search person on Google this year. They also offered a market about whether approximately 24 individuals would or would not be in the top 5 most searched people on Google in 2025. Then Google publicly revealed the year-end search results, and on December 4th, saying the top trending people were David, Kendrick Lamar, Jimmy Kimmel, Tyler Robinson, and the Pope. And then they talk about how allegedly this Google engineer with the account name Alpha Raccoon placed bets based on, they say, insider information on in these markets. So as you can see, he was betting on things like, will Kendrick Lamar be the #1 search person? Will Pope Leo XIV be the #1 search person? Will David rank? Approximately 3 hours later, Spagnuolo used the Alpha Raccoon account on Polymarket to wager approximately $381 on the yes side of will David rank in the top 5 most searched people. And they keep going. And they say things like, look at this. In total, Spagnuolo's Alpha Raccoon account wagered approximately $937,000 on the no side of will Bianca Censori be the #1 search person in Google this year. Approximately $613,000 on the no side of will Pope Leo be the #1 search person on Google this year. Approximately $500,000 on the no side of will Donald Trump be the #1 person searched this year. And approximately $171,000 on the no side of will Donald Trump rank in the top 5 most searched people. Anyways, so they're saying that this Google engineer, Google employee, got inside information about what the most searched Google results, what the most searched people on Google would be, and then used that information to trade on questions about Google searches on Polymarket. So they have been charged with multiple crimes now, I believe. I'm going to post the link to the press release again, but I wanted to mention it. Wall Street says he's probably already a millionaire. But then I saw another court document, and I forget where I found it. It was a court document. I was reading through it before, so I can't. I wish I could. I couldn't find the link right now, but I did see this that I wanted, and that I wanted to show you. Hang on. Where it was the court document said, see this right here? The 2025 year-end search list was ultimately released by Google on December 4th, 2025. The contracts traded by Spagnuolo include those in the chart below. Spagnuolo correctly predicted virtually all of the outcomes on these positions. So he bet on all these things. Will Pope Leo XIV be the #1 search person? Will David be the #1 search person? Will Bianca Censori be the #1 search person? Will Donald Trump rank in the top 5 most searched? Will Zoran Mamdani rank in the top 5 most searched? I mean, you can see them all. He bet on all of them according to the authorities. Douthis says, do you think that's maybe how he got caught? I don't know. I don't know if it's the number of the bets or, I mean, I haven't read through all the court documents. So I could see that being a suspicious thing, but I even could see it could also be suspicious even if he didn't bet on that many, but bet a lot, that might raise eyebrows too. I mean, but he did bet total, I think, over $2.7 million, it said, and he won more than $1 million. But yeah, I mean, this is a lot of betting activity on lots of related questions. Anyways, I thought that was an interesting story. I'm sorry, I wish I could find, I don't know where that document was. I'll have to try to find it later. I thought I had the link to it here. I would give you the link. It's bothering me. Oh, is that it? No. Oh, I found it. I found it. Here, I'll post a link in the chat. Yeah, NPR's Bobby Allen posted it. So I'm going to post a link in the chat, and the document is that it's the criminal complaint. So you can read about stuff, and I'm not going to go through it now, but you can. It's like a 17-page document. Again, I'll post the link again in the chat, but you can read through the whole document if you want. Crystal Ball Gypsy Doll thinks if he played one or more or two bets, if he placed 1 or 2 bets only, he would probably not have gotten noticed. That I don't know. Marlena Martirano says, got greedy. I still haven't seen any update from Kuwait about what happened there. I'm not seeing anything new in Iranian state media. Matrix says, was this a whole lot of nothing? I don't know. I mean, we'll be sitting, in 3 days from now, we'll be sitting here saying, oh, there's been nothing, no new hostilities in 3 days. I have no idea. Yeah, the sirens in Kuwait was a couple hours ago, but we don't have an update about what happened. Again, they said their air defense was firing against incoming drones and or missiles. Al Jazeera just posted, our correspondent says Israeli drone strike on residential area near Tyre, southern Lebanon. Israel is reportedly continuing to launch strikes on Tyre in Lebanon, where it had issued a warning before. So here was a warning before. Look, this was actually this was just about 5 hours ago. You can see urgent warning to residents of Lebanon and specifically residents of Tyre. In light of the terrorist Hezbollah's violation of the ceasefire agreement, the Defense Army is compelled to act against it forcefully. We do not intend to harm you. And it says you need to evacuate from near these buildings. Looks like there's 5 or 6 different buildings in the pictures. And as you can see here, the Israeli military on Wednesday told residents across southern Lebanon to leave as it expands its operations there, saying the military will work with extreme force against Hezbollah. Wednesday's warning is the first that orders the Lebanese to relocate from the south since the ceasefire went into effect on April 17th and follows an escalation in the Israel-Hezbollah war. Earlier, the Israeli military had called on the residents of Nabatea and Tyre along the Mediterranean coast to leave and stay away. Roads have been jam-packed with cars fleeing Tyre and surrounding neighborhoods heading north, seeking shelter. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for several attacks on both Israeli troops in Lebanon and northern Israeli border villages amid a surge in Hezbollah's attacks with exploding drones. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu announced the Israeli military will expand the scope of its attacks against Hezbollah. The Israeli military said it has struck 550 targets since the beginning of the week, a significant increase in the number of attacks. Hezbollah has vowed to fight until the war ends in Lebanon and Israel withdraws its troops that operate across large swaths of the country's south. And just so you know where Tyre, Lebanon is, this is Google Maps. Tyre is there. About 13 miles north of the border. Hey, thanks so much, Ciensens. Ciensis, I think it is. Thanks for your support from Australia. Also, Jen Haneke, thank you. And Freddie Fingers, thank you. Jay Coe says, forever wars at work. Marisol Del Valle says, no end in that war. You're saying between Israel and Hezbollah? Allison Fowler says, sick of them displacing millions of people to steal their land. Dr. McRib says, Tyre has an amazing history. You can see here from Wikipedia, Tyre has many ancient sites, including the Tyre Hippodrome, and was added as a whole to the list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in 1984. All right, I want to see if I have anything more for you on any of what's been going on. I don't know that I'm going to at this point. Some of our viewers mentioned crypto. Bitcoin is now down to less than 72,900. It's about 72,900 now. That is a roughly 4-hour chart on the screen. TradingView, tradingview.com. Bitcoin just was around 82,000 a couple weeks ago. Yeah, some of the viewers sent me, D. Zimmerman and some others sent me a video that supposedly shows an explosion in Tyre from one of the airstrikes. It could be legit. I don't know. I don't have the rights to show it, though. But thanks for sending it in. Sandy Doggo thinks Trump attack on Friday and ceasefire on Sunday. You know what? I think we're getting close to that time because I don't really have many updates at this point. I didn't know, we had these things happen. We had the U.S. striking Iran. with what it said it was defensive strikes. We have Iran saying it targeted a U.S. airbase in retaliation. We had something a couple hours ago in Kuwait where there was air defense going on. We don't know exactly what happened, and I haven't heard any more updates, and I don't know what's going to happen in the coming days. It beats me. Are we going to see more fighting? Are things going to settle down? I don't know, but I don't have a lot to tell you right now. So I think we may be close. I think it might be might be time, and then if we can always come back on and do another stream if some huge news happens. So I think we're going to start wrapping up this stream. Hoover says, get ready for a long weekend. That's what Hoover thinks. I don't know. We've had two of the last 3 days, the U.S. has launched strikes on Iran. So what's happening there? And we have the U.S. claiming that today Iran launched drones, attack drones. Some of the reports say they launched them at commercial shipping. And 2 days ago, the U.S. was claiming Iran was laying mines. Is that stuff happening? I don't know. But again, I really appreciate you guys being here for the coverage and sending all the updates you're sending me and letting me read your comments on the air and participating in the chat, those of you who did that. And we'll have more coverage when news happens. But I do really appreciate you being here. And I would suggest, well, if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. If you want, turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system because I never know when big news is going to happen. So if you want to get informed whenever we're going live so you don't miss breaking news coverage, sign up to our free notifications. They work great. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. I owe the mods a thank you, by the way. In a second, I'm going to thank the mods again. But the mods will put the link to the sign up for the notifications in the chat. You can also find the free notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for those. Also, I will post updates about news when I'm off the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there @Lookner on X for breaking news updates. Yes, Silky Mustache. We earlier in the stream covered the story being reported about a CIA senior official or senior worker who is alleged to have taken home tens of millions of dollars of gold bars from work. So we talked about that earlier. We spent a little time on that earlier in the stream. You can rewind the stream and find that if you'd like. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators. They are awesome. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. They keep things civil and respectful in there. We couldn't have our chat rooms without them. So huge thanks to our moderators who have been here. Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk over there on YouTube and all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you so much. And on Twitch, people like Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev modding over there. And all of our other Twitch mods. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Facebook, K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson. Darren Charlo. And all of our other Facebook moderators. Shout out to you. Thank you. Also, I want to thank everybody who supported the channel. So nice of you guys. Really kind of you. I really appreciate it. That's what allows the channel to exist. I do owe a thanks, one more thanks to Freddie Fingers, who says, even Americans aren't immune to propaganda. Thanks, Neeby, for your support as well. Thank you so much, Neeby. And Big Dog Gaming on Twitch and everybody else for supporting the channel. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming and everybody else. Very nice of you guys. Thank you. Serenity says, I participated in the chat. Then one of our viewers said a flight diverted. We saw a flight land in Kuwait City an hour or two ago after going in a circle or an oval. Oh, this one here? Yeah, I'm looking here. I see this is a plane. It's kind of odd. This is a plane going from China to Kuwait City, and it seems like it turned around. I don't know why. It was just about all the way there. I mean, this is the airport, right? KWI. Yes. I mean, this plane basically, did it just not land? This is kind of odd. Look at this. I don't know what's going on with this plane. This plane was supposed to land. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Here, now you can. I'm sorry. So look, that was weird. I didn't realize you couldn't see what I was looking at. Okay, so this is a Flight Radar 24. So there's this Kuwait. It looks like it's coming around again. Maybe it just pulled up at landing. So it was going into land, and it actually did go over the runway, and it just never landed. But I think maybe something happened with the landing because you can see it circling around again. So maybe there was some sort of thing where they felt uncomfortable with that particular landing. DSP says it looks like a go-around. Earlier, we saw a plane turn away when the sirens were going off. But it does look like it's turning around. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check that out. Meanwhile, hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, the Discord chat. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers really like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord moderators who help out with the Discord chat. Thanks, Discord moderators. Also, I want to thank, let's see. Oh, no, I want to mention another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, is follow us at Agenda Free TV. At Agenda Free TV, I post there before we go live. Give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And also, I want to mention our YouTube viewers. Hey, turn on the YouTube notifications. Another helpful way to let you find out when we're live. There's YouTube. And if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. So if you're already subscribed, just click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay, and I also want to bring back the daytime streams. I don't make up when the news happens. I came on when the news happened. I came on right on the air when the U.S. was announced that the U.S. attacked Iran. I can't control when the news happens. Bluebird says it's daytime somewhere. Hey, look, this plane is landing now, I think. Altitude 850. You can see the altitude down here. Landing in Kuwait. Altitude 675. Looks like it's going to happen. China to Kuwait. Yeah, this is 425. 275. I think it's landing. 225. There we go. Flight radar 24. Slowing down now. Good job. Good job. Okay. Also, oh, I wanted to thank our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there. Susan Priest-Buchner, thanks so much, Susan, for subscribing. Brian Daviow, thanks, Brian. Yeah, Brian, we don't have confirmation they attacked the airbase. That's what Iran said. Nothing from the U.S. on this. But they also said it was a warning, Iran. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't do any damage, because they called it a warning. Thanks, Iva Lynn Berry Speedell, for subscribing. Dolly Clark, K. Larry Body, and our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you. Also, all of our Twitch subscribers: Wall Street Shaggy, Seed Music, Hugh J, Space Turkey, Jax Haku, Sketty Sandwich, DSP, and Douthis. Douthis, you reminded me there's another emoji. Remind me in an upcoming stream. There's one more emoji I gotta make public that I forgot about. I think, what is it? Oh, I remember what it is. So soon, it'll be soon. All of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Seed Music as well. And our YouTube members, big thanks to our YouTube members. No, Will from online, that is not what it is. Turned off, CAC813, Evelyn in Maine, Jason D in California, Neeby, thank you. Thank you again, Neeby, for your support. Patricia Grace, Fiona Diamond, Evelyn in Maine, Yo-You 2K4, CAC, thanks for being a member, CAC813, Gary Eckert, Chris N. Chris N says war averted. Allison Fowler, thanks for being a member. Also, thanks Charlie X for watching. Platinum Dose, thanks for being a member. Thanks Riley T60 for watching. Purple Groovy for watching. Thank you. R9858, thanks for watching. Wiki Hans, thank you. DSP, thanks for watching. Great Mustard. X1011, thank you. And everybody else out there. Judy Fishaw. Thank you, Judy, for watching. Stephen Orr. All right, we are wrapping this up. I'm going to do one last check, make sure I'm not missing anything. But again, I can always come back if there's big news. You never know. But at the moment, I'm not seeing it. All right, we're wrapping it up. We're really wrapping it up now. So that is it for now. Make sure. That is it for now. Thank you so much for joining our live coverage. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.